a real problem that we want to solve. And he has been working with the state. He's talked with Doug Johnson, from the Department of Fish and Game. I think that there's an intent to have a forum, probably through the Public Safety Committee in September, and to give the opportunity to the public to come and actually share their concerns and their ideas about how to solve this. From my perspective, as an assembly person who happens to have a good portion of the events happening in my district, I'm hoping that the municipality and the state are working together in a smart way to address this. And it's not just an issue, I think, of one trail. I think that's the issue. I think we have a responsibility to look at the issue of land use and how we're interfacing with the kind of wild lands that we've got, trail management. I mean, I'm hoping that when we have a situation where people are actually being mauled, that we close the trails sooner, not later. And I'm also thoughtful about really assessing what a balanced population is in terms of animals and people and how we're going to interface with those things. So I'm looking forward for the administration, I hope, to be working in a kind of proactive way with the state and with the feds when it's necessary to come up with an agreed-upon strategy that we can work together. I don't think we want to get to the point where we're just pointing at each other about who's responsible. Any other comments? Thank you. Our next item on the agenda is the addendum, and I believe we have one item on the addendum. And that is item 9B, a resolution, AR 2008-171, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $46,500 to Special Assessment District 0810 for the construction of a gas line serving the Potter Heights subdivision, and it's accompanied by an Assembly Memorandum 534-2008. Any objection to incorporating? No. Then it's incorporated. Our next item on the agenda is the consent agenda, and the chair will entertain a motion to. Any objections? Thank you. There's been a move. It's been moved and seconded, and there's no objection. If there's, pardon? Are there any items to be pulled? Yes. Any items? Oh, excuse me, Mr. Coffey. Thank you for your advice. Is there any items to be laid on the table?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I have two items to be laid on the table for consideration at our next meeting. They are
point of it's my understanding that you can introduce those at the next meeting.
For next meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll wait for next meeting. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And they can just be part of the regular agenda?
Is there anything I want to pull?
Okay. Thank you.
Matt,
yes.
Point of information, don't they need to be noticed, Madam Chair? Could we ask advice from the administration?
It depends on what type of items they are. Mr. Flynn, are these ordinances, or would these require public hearings?
No, they're resolutions.
No. If they're resolutions for, recognition, then they can simply be introduced and acted on in the same meeting.
Could I?
Ms. Osiander.
If it's a resolution, you're changing a conditional use permit, aren't you?
It seems to, why don't we, it was my understanding that there are two resolutions that can be included in the agenda at our next meeting, and that will allow the public to understand that they're going to be acted on and that we can act on them in the consent agenda at the next meeting. Is that correct? Could somebody clarify? Yeah. Okay, and it would seem to me that there's some benefit in allowing those items to be on a regular agenda so that the public will have notice that they're part of our packet. Is there any? Yes, Mr. Coffey.
Well, folks, this is a little something quirky, and what it is just so everybody understands, there's a new license operation package store going downtown. It's on the agenda for tonight. It's Sellers. At the time that we're doing it, we're also subsequently, Mr. Flynn and I helped work with him to modify existing conditional uses on the two places. A conditional use modification can be classified in one of two ways. A minor modification, which does not require a public hearing, or a significant modification, which does. The staff makes the initial determination. They've determined that this is a minor modification because what it's doing is standardizing the conditions. If an assembly member disagrees with that and wants a public hearing, they can be pulled from next week's consent agenda and set for public hearing, if that's what the body wishes. If not, then they'll be noticed properly for introduction on the consent agenda, and we can act on them next week. So this is a strange little thing associated with liquor licenses, so I just wanted to take a moment to let everybody know that. And I did speak with Julia Tucker and the chair and the city clerk to make sure we're all on the same page, but I wanted my fellow assembly members to understand the process.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Are you comfortable with that? Thank you very much. So the next item is, are there any items to pull from the consent agenda? And I'll start with Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, thank you.
Mr. Birch.
No items at this time.
Thank you. Ms. Drummond. Ms. Osiander.
On the regular agenda, 9 Delta 13, 9 Echo 1, 9 Echo 3.
9E.
That's it.
Okay. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the regular agenda, 9 Delta 10. And that's all.
Mr. Coffey.
Item on the addendum 9 Bravo 2.
Thank you. Ms. Johnston.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any objection to approving the addendum? Oh, pardon? Oh, the administration, I'm sorry. Is there anything that you'd like to pull?
Yes, just one item, Madam Chair. Item 9 Echo 2.
Okay. So, Clerk, would you just review those that are the items that are pulled? Madam Clerk, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Osiander pulled 9 Delta 13, 9 Echo 1, 9 Echo 3. Mr. Flynn, 9 Delta 10. Mr. Coffey, 9B2, and Administration 9 Echo 2.
Okay. If there's no objections, do we approve the consent agenda as defined in exclusion of those things that have been pulled? No objection?
Objection.
It's approved. So we'll begin with...
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
If at this point we would traditionally see if any of the folks that you just confirmed the appointments of.
Thank you.
I see Mr. Benintendi is in the audience. I don't know if Mr. Kange is with us or not. Oh, they're both here. You might want to take this opportunity to welcome them to their respective boards and commissions.
Thank you for reminding me, and it would be great if each of you would come forward and state your name and introduce yourself to the body. Thank you.
Just want to say thank you to the Mayor's office for this appointment and to the Assembly for this confirmation. I look forward to serving this position. Thank you. Unless there's any other questions of me.
It's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, members of the Assembly, I'm Tim Benintendi, and I'm very pleased to be considered for appointment, and I have a little track record with the Veterans Memorial and other park issues. Certainly I'm a park user, and I hope to be very participatory in all the activities of the Commission.
Thank you very much.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Just a quick note, Mr. Benintendi and I used to work together in our past lives down in Juneau, and I'm excited to see him joining us again, and look forward to your excellent work, sir.
Thank you very much.
We'll now move through the items that were pulled on the consent agenda. 9 Delta 10, and that was pulled by Ms. Osiander?
No,
Mr. Coffey, is there a motion?
Mr. Flynn.
That was mine, actually.
Mr. Flynn, thank you.
I'll move to approve.
Is there-
And just a question, I'm not sure if anyone from the administration has this, but at one time, there were conditions on this permit, and I don't recall if they were lifted or not the last time this changed hands. I wonder if those are still in place, or if we have any information on that.
Conditions on the permit or on the conditional use?
On there were specific conditions, times of service of alcohol associated with this license. I believe there was an afternoon restriction when the elementary school was letting out. And I didn't see those and wondered if those are still in place or not.
I don't know. That probably would be on the conditional use, and I don't know, I don't have that in front of me, so I'm not aware whether that is still in place. I would presume that it is, but I'm not in a position to speak authoritatively.
Okay. That's all, Madam. Thank you.
Mr. Coffey, I'm sorry we skipped you.
Yeah, again, on this, these liquor licenses, there's two things that we can do. On the conditional use itself, we try to put conditions that are related to the land use, and on the renewal or issuance or protest of a license, we put conditions on that relate to alcohol service. One is alcohol, one is land use, and there's a blur between the two. But this is an application for a restaurant designation permit, which is basically one that allows underage people to bus tables or wash dishes and things like that, or dine on the premises. So you wouldn't find any addition or deletion of conditions in this type of an application. So whatever was there before this would still be there, and what wasn't there wouldn't be added through this. So I would urge support for this type of thing. You've got a hotel and you want to be able to let people under the age of 21 dine on what's licensed premise and wash dishes and so on. So that's the situation there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. And Mr. Coffey, I believe we skipped over your item, which, yes, so we'll move back to it. So what's the will of the body on this item?
Motion on the table, Madam Chair. I don't think we had a motion.
Any objection? The item is approved. And now, Mr. Coffey, we'll move back to 9B2.
Thank you, ma'am. Since the purpose of pulling it was to declare a conflict, therefore I don't want to be the moving party. If someone could move to introduce it, and then we'll go. And I'll disclose my conflict.
Do you want to introduce?
I can't.
We're getting there.
Is the machine working?
No.
What do I need to do? Is there something I need to do here?
Hit the top one with the red line through it. There you go.
I can't.
How are we doing? Can anybody?
So moved. Move to approve.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Flynn and seconded by Ms. Osiander. Mr. Coffey, would you like to speak to the point?
I am a member of the NSTAR Advisory Board. They ask people to serve, such as myself, who are involved in public affairs, and I have no financial interest in this matter and no personal interest from my service on the board, but I wanted to disclose the fact that I am on the advisory board.
Well, based on the fact that you have no personal or financial gain associated with this item, I would rule that it's appropriate for you to vote. Does anyone on the body have any objections? Okay. Then please join us in the vote. All those is there any further discussion on this item? Okay, on AR 2008-171, all those in favor? No objection? Is there any objection? Okay, it's approved. Thank you. Now we're on 9D13.
Move to approve.
And I believe that's Ms. Osiander.
I actually would like to change the order of the day so that this is postponed and heard in conjunction with 14D, which is the actual approval of going ahead and buying these energy-efficient light fixtures. I have personally no objection to this.
Is there a second? Any objection to moving this to later in the agenda?
Right.
Mm-hmm. Hearing no objections, it is approved and moved to that point in the agenda. And And our next item is, I believe it's E1, 9E1, and that's Ms. Osiander.
Move to accept.
Do you have any comments?
The reason I wanted to talk about this briefly is when I read the internal audit report, it talked, and I guess it's item 2, about the recent oversight and controls for charitable contributions, which was implemented by the administration in January. The concern I had is apparently that policy does not govern purchases with procurement cards. And the administrative management comments were that, well, it's excluded. I don't understand why it would be excluded. And I wondered if we could talk just a moment about that.
Through the chair, may I ask Ms. Osiander for clarification? Ms. Osiander, is your comment that you're of the belief that charitable contributions can be made using a P card?
According to, and I have to admit, I read this a week or two ago, but the internal auditor found that charitable contributions were made with P cards. Donations totaled over 130,000. Wait a minute. That's with utilities. Just a minute. Our review of P cards revealed a variety of donations to non-municipal agencies. The donations totaled over 130,000. Donations made to Wild Salmon on Parade, the Symphony's Halloween event, etc. And then, wait a minute. I just need a second. I'm sorry. Okay, basically it says, as I read this, that the administration is going to consider including general government in the overall policy and procedures. Is that correct?
Through the chair, the policy and procedure that was implemented on charitable contributions agreed that processing charitable contributions through P cards represented weak internal controls. So the P&P strictly prohibits, on a go-forward basis, charitable contributions made using P cards. Now, the policy and procedure at this time does apply strictly to the enterprise funds, the utilities basically, of the municipality. And I think we could look at expanding the P&P to include general government.
And I apologize. That was my point. It's just a time passed and I didn't have it. I'm very interested in that. I think that would be a really good thing.
Okay.
So is it the plan to do that, or is it the plan to look at doing that?
I think that it is something we could definitely accomplish, because I agree with you. The policy and procedure was written in response to the negative press that we were getting, which was focused on charitable contributions made primarily by the enterprise funds, which was why our response was narrow. But I do think that broadening governance of charitable contributions would be a move in the right direction.
Okay. I would like to strongly urge you to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. And I believe the next item that has been pulled is, pardon? Oh, right. What's the will of the body? Is there any objection? Then this item is approved. Thank you. Accepted. Thank you. The next item that we'll be talking about is 9E2, and it's been pulled by the administration.
Move to approve or to accept.
And
Yes, Madam Chair, there's just one correction to line 18. It states that Michael Barber's job title is intern, and that is incorrect. He was hired as an intern, but his actual title now is lighting program manager. And I was hoping that we could replace the word intern with the words lighting program manager on line 18.
Second.
Is there any objection, Ms. Osiander?
Is there going to be a continuing permanent position as a lighting director for the city?
Right now, it is a long-term temporary position. Mike?
We expect that Mr. Barber will leave the position shortly, and we do not at this point plan to fill that position on a go-forward basis.
I would urge that action. I think it would maybe be appropriate to have a lighting director with ML&P, but maybe not in the mayor's office. So, thank you.
Are there any objections to this correction? Is there any objection to the acceptance of this report? So I believe we have corrected that. And the next item is E3, and Ms. Osiander?
Move to accept. I wanted to say a special thank you to Ms. Weddleton for the additional opportunity to actually have a chance to read this and comment on it before it's on our agenda. I did spend some time going through it, and the main thing I wanted to bring to the attention of the body was I had some questions, and I think others of us did too, about the Cooperative Services Agency. We had set that up as sort of a experiment in hopes that it would generate significant savings. My understanding is we predicated that assumption on the belief that additional agencies, the state ideally, was going to join with us in order to generate those savings. And I know it's been a little bit difficult. We haven't been quite as successful as we wanted. This shows a loss in terms of assets versus liabilities for that agency. I would like at some point for this body to take a look at it and also to get an administrative summary of how our experiment is working. If that's acceptable to the majority of the body, or maybe even a budget committee could do it. But at someone, I would very much like to give us a report back. We set it up and we never heard really.
Okay. Madam Chair?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Jackson.
Ms. Osiander, if you would like for the Budget Committee to take this task on, I would be more than happy to do it, considering the fact that I was involved in CSA upon its initial existence, and I would really be happy for the Budget Finance Committee to take this task on.
Just so you're not married to it, Ms. Grayjack.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander.
Any other comments? Are there any objections to the acceptance of the CAFR report and detailed statement? Okay, it's approved and accepted. I believe that our next item is request appearances. Is that correct, Ms. Clear? Oh, have we 11, what was it? 11C. Thank you. 11A, and that was Mr. Whittleton's approval. Do we have to step through those? We're now to old business, and Assembly Memorandum 503-2008, Planning and Zoning Commission, appointment of John Whittleton. The chair entertains motion. Is there any discussion? Any objection to the approval of?
Madam Chair?
Yes?
If I may.
Yes,
here's one of the concerns that I've been meaning to voice, and this is an opportunity to do it, and it doesn't reflect on Mr. Weddleton one bit. But one of the issues that I have seen at some of the more important bodies are the advancement of advocacy positions which may or may not conform to the codes that we ask these folks to use in making decisions on building, platting, and many, many other important issues. And I know from working with Mr. Weddleton over the years, for example, the Hillside District Plan, that he's very qualified and so on. And I don't see him here, but I would assume that he would not be one of those who would bring a personal agenda, and I hope not. And for that reason, I will be supporting him, but I also wanted to give notice to the body that I intend to do a little more vetting of some of these, particularly some of the more regulatory bodies, to ensure that we don't find personal agendas to the forefront over and above what should be the agenda, which is set by this body and its ordinances and and the things that it has expressed. So I wish John all the best. It's a very, very difficult and time-consuming position a body to serve on. Having been there myself, I know the workload is great. Ms. Drummond and I, by the way, are working on an ordinance that we hope will lessen some of that burden. Hope to bring that forward shortly. But there's a ton of work to be done. And, by the way, Title 21, Chapter 7 is coming. So we give them a little more, too. So with that said, I would urge support for John Weddleton on this. Thank you.
Any other comments? Are there any objections to AM 503? I'm sorry, Debbie, Ms. Oceander didn't see you.
I just wanted to echo some of Mr. Coffey's comments. I believe that P&Z is best when it represents a wide diversity of viewpoints. And I'm hoping that people are going to be able to do that, even if they've been active in advocacy, in particular endeavors in the past. I also have respect for this gentleman, but I do have some concern with the current makeup. Thank you.
I would like to make a comment. I think that by the nature of public involvement, it's really common for us to have people come forward who have ideas and positions on a variety of public issues. And so as we select different entities for these boards and commissions, it seems to me that it's not so much as important to assume that everybody is completely neutral. I think that people always arrive with certain biases, but to make sure that the boards and commissions actually reflect a broad view. And so I'm just reiterating that I think it's important, but I'm confident that Mr. Whittleton will serve us well. Are there any objections to AM 503, 2008? Hearing no objections? Did you have... excuse me, Mr. Birch? Mr. Okay. Are there any objections to the approval of AM 503, 2008? Hearing no objections, it's approved. Item 11B, AM 504, 2008, Urban Design Commission appointment of Doug Gossick. Any comments? Are there any objections? Hearing no objections, that item is passed. We're actually at 12. Okay, Mr. Mayor, we have time for you now. Looks like we've got a lot of time for you now since we have to break until 6 after this item. So
we got a half hour altogether?
Yeah, we've got it. You could share a lot of ideas with us. Do you have any items that you'd like to share?
No, I'll be very short. I just wanted to make sure and bring your attention. I'm not sure if it was done before I got here in regards to the Rovers Run Trail that we've closed as of today. This is the far north Bicentennial Park area. This is where the last bear attack occurred. We've closed it for now. We have put notices up. We're also working with the State Department of Fish and Game. I've had a conversation with them today on some ideas for the future. One of their big issues will be, and I'll probably have it in our legislative package, for us to help promote additional resources for them from a state perspective to their offices here in the South Central region, to make sure they have enough enforcement powers and resources to enforce the laws that they have on the books. That is a big issue that they have right now, is a lack of resources. Also, we'll be doing some education and some information available to the public in regards how to take care when moving through the trail system and ensuring that they are safe. So I just wanted to give that report, and again, we just announced that today. That's all, Madam Chair.
Are there any comments from the body? I would like to share one comment. You weren't here, but I will just reiterate. I'm really hoping that the administration is working hard to coordinate with the state and federal entities for a broad, kind of well-planned strategy to figure out how to address this issue. I think that it's multifaceted. So I look forward to hearing how you're going to do that in the future. 4 of those attacks were in Bicentennial Park, which actually is just across the road from where I live, and a pretty disturbing event. So thank you.
Thanks.
Well, any other comments, Mr. Mayor?
No, that's all.
Considering the fact that our agenda is set up so that we can not take the next item until 6 o'clock, we can take a break now, and I'm not sure if dinner's available to us or not. It would be lovely if it is, but we'll go back and see. If it is, we'll have dinner now and be able to work through our meeting later. The clerk says that dinner isn't here, so it gives us some time to reflect on our duties. We'll be back at 6 o'clock. Thank you.
They immediately allocated funds and contracted a third party to look into it. The result was a report that showed the mayor had acted unethically and, in the opinion of the investigator, illegally. But regardless of the finding, it was an important action to restore public faith in local government and put politicians there on notice that they can't do business that way. What that assembly did was right. There was evidence that our governor may have acted unethically or has broken laws. The legislature immediately allocated funds for a third party to investigate. What the legislature did was right. There was evidence that Senator Stevens failed to report a large gift as required on his financial disclosures. Remarkably, so did Mayor Begich, and probably for the same reasons. Indicted Senator Stevens now faces 7 felony charges. And for Mr. Begich, I've supplied you with far more substantiated evidence than any of the other bodies which acted had. All that is missing now is an honest and civic-minded assembly willing to put their common party affiliation and personal friendships aside and do the moral thing for this city, as unpleasant as it may be. I do not have time in just 3 minutes to highlight all the potential crimes and unethical deals, but I trust you all to read my complaint, and if you haven't already, and I have more copies should anyone else here tonight want one. The evidence in my 7 separate complaints which I have provided to you is clear, damning, and cannot be ignored and must not be politicized. There's a strong probability that this mayor has abused his position and has broken the law. This goes far, far beyond just political favors, and this stinks of corruption. While I'm not accusing the mayor, I'm asking you, the Assembly, in light of this plethora of evidence of apparent wrongdoing, to fund and hire an independent third party to investigate this immediately. Thank you for allowing me to speak, Madam Chairman, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. I would also like, if you would, to poll the Assembly members as to their position on this.
Thank you for your comments. I would like to point out to you that we are not an investigative body, and in fact, we have some important protocols in place for investigations, and I think respond actively and engage with them. And one of them, one option for you is the Board of Ethics, and I don't know if you've filed a complaint with that, but that would be the protocol that would be most in place for the kinds of accusations that you've brought forward. I see Ms. Osiander has a comment or question.
Actually, it was just that. When you sent that to me, I emailed back saying, go to the Board of Ethics. That's their responsibility.
Being that the Board of Ethics is, I imagine, placed there by the mayor, I think it'd be better to have a third party look into this like the other legislative bodies did.
Okay, just real briefly, just to clarify, we specifically wrote our ethics code to keep the Board of Ethics separate and protected. We don't allow people on the Board of Ethics who contribute to political campaigns. Though those folks do the names come from the mayor's office, they are approved by this whole body. And we do have a diversity of political opinion on this body. I would, again, urge you that that's the place to go. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no comments and questions, thank you very much for your testimony.
Mm-hmm.
Pardon? Mr. Coffey, you had someone that you wanted to speak earlier this evening? Yes, thank you.
Madam Chair, I appreciate the consideration. Mr. Rozycki served on the Board of Game at the same time I was on the Board of Fisheries, and we did a lot of work together, and I appreciate the consideration that you and my fellow members are giving both to me and to Mr. Rozycki.
And as I noted earlier, I'm sensitive to the fact that you don't live in the community and you're here for a brief time. So you have 3 minutes, and you're welcome to testify. Would you state your name for the record?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I feel it very unusual and not in protocol. I do thank the Assembly as well for giving me this opportunity to speak. My name is Greg Rozycki, and as Dan said, I had the painful privilege in many cases of being on the Board of Game and serving 2 consecutive terms from 1996 through 1992. I've spent the last 20 years working for various regional Native organizations. I currently work for the Tribal Council in Buffalo Woods Native Council as their Natural Resource Director. And my council asked while I was over here to try to take advantage of this opportunity. And what I brought before you, you should have a packet of material in front of you that I laid out some issue points, and it's addressing the concerns we have with ballot measure 2, which is to stop all the current predator management programs that we have in place. And we're seeing through the media efforts to go out, and we don't have no money to fight this. We can't get those kind of messages out, so we're trying to take advantage of every opportunity we can to do that. Under the guise of saying that to stop airborne hunting. Well, airborne hunting has been illegal for 50 years. It remains illegal. It will be illegal. Me, myself, all my relatives, and probably yours as well, would vote against airborne hunting. But that is not the case here with the predator management programs that are in place. We have 69 moose, game management units and subunits. We have 65 different separately managed moose populations. We have 5 predator management programs. They are very carefully administered. There are a limited number of permits. It is not the mass slaughter as portrayed across the state of anybody being able to go out and kill by the airplane or kill anything with airplanes. We have 8 consecutive years of resolutions by the Alaska Federation of Natives, sponsored by Bristol Bay Native Association, Association of Village Council Presidents, Tanana Chief Conference that comprise probably up to 2/3 of the villages throughout the state. Folks that are out there saying they represent rural interests have not consulted with the local people at all as far as their regional leadership. And if they would look at some of the councils, they would specifically one up on the Seward Peninsula and in that area, on the Neelix region, they would find that the record states exactly the opposite of what they're requesting. People are begging for this. We pushed for this. Our Bush Caucus has pushed for the funding from the state to try to get the message out. On the other side, it's being portrayed as this being only done for the benefit of sport and recreational hunters. Nothing could be further from the truth. We have had, since those 96 initiatives passed, and then followed by the one in 2000, our subsistence hunts have been shut down entirely, or very, very limited Tier 2. The amounts necessary for subsistence that are established in regulation are not being met. And I guess the final thing I would say is that the legislature, in making these changes, have not the requirements of making changes for an initiative require 2 years to wait, and then if significant negative impacts are found, they have the chance to change it, and that's what has happened. They've done it by the advocacy from their constituencies, very bipartisan. So
thank you.
I'm not asking you to tell people how to vote here, but people should vote how they have, but they should know what they're voting on.
Thank you very much for your comments. Are there any questions from the Assembly? Yes, Mr. First, I'm sorry, Ms. Sosie Andrews ahead of you.
No, what?
Okay, you're cleared. Okay. Mr. Birch?
Yeah, just we've had some recent well-publicized concerns and issues with wild bear populations in the Anchorage Bowl. I just was curious as to kind of your broad perspective on kind of that interaction from your statewide perspective with the Board of Game. It certainly gives rise to some concerns in many of our neighborhoods and communities that border the Chugach Park.
Are you looking in the context of predator management or just bear populations in general?
It's bear population.
They have definitely increased as well. They were never subject to the same level, of course, of focus. I did have a BLM scientist actually doing surveys up on the Stony River, which is a major tributary of the Kuskokwim. I don't know, it's a couple hundred miles long. One of the creeks coming in on the side that runs out of Merrill Pass. But the Stony, he'd been doing surveys up there for 20 years, and the moose populations, he'd got reassigned out to a different section of the state, and he came back here just 2 years ago, and he said he could not believe it. He thought it was a damn biological desert, and in the afternoon of flying when they were doing their surveys, they did not see one moose. They saw 48 brown bears, 3 wolf packs, and several black bears as well, but he could not believe that the Stony River was in the shape it was in.
Do you have any, I've heard anecdotally that you can't relocate the brown bear to other environments because they're very territorial. Have you had any experience in that at all?
No, not personally. I couldn't really speak to that. But it's not only the Stony. Again, when we were on the board, we heard similar testimony was given repeatedly in the Bristol Bay region, the Stewart Peninsula, that people were the lower Yukon. Many people, bears were getting into fish camps more. They were actually down at the mouth of the Yukon. They were out having to chase them off because they were digging up the graveyards.
Well, thank you for your service and your comments this evening.
Thank you.
Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. I just wanted to say hello again. Nice to see you. I miss the Board of Fisheries on occasion, and I wish you'd say hello to my friend Dr. White when you head back to Bethel. And good luck on this thing. And thanks for coming in, Greg.
And I understand that you can't take an action as far as what I put forward to you as a resolution, but if it's some sort of public statement, what we're asking here is for just to get people to think about what they're voting for and really understand what they're voting for. We had the same situation in the bush. We couldn't believe that the last 2000 election turned out that way, and when I asked people about it, it was they said, yeah, we want predator management, and we voted for it. You bet we voted for that one. And just recently on this one here, I asked a guy that used to run the community college for 20 years, a college professor, and I asked him how he was going to vote on this number 2 comment. He said, oh, yeah, that's our predator management one. We want to do that one. I'll be voting for that. I said, did you read it? He said, yeah, I looked at it. I said, did you read it? Yeah. A biological emergency, an irreversible biological decline. We had to deal with that in the 96, and an irreversible biological decline, when you come down to it, is 2 animals left and they're both the same sex.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And that's where
typically the Assembly tries not to weigh in on statewide initiatives. However, from time to time we have, and I think it's a topic that we're going to bring up at our retreat in terms of how we want to approach these things. But we do appreciate that you took the time to come in and share your thoughts with us. Thank you very much. Oh, sir, Mr. Birch.
I would just add that I did vote absentee in City Hall on Monday, and I voted no on all 4 ballot initiatives, including ballot measure number 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We were also interested. Right. I think that now leads us to our next item, which is it's number 13A, and it's public hearings, continued public hearings. And Mr. Coffey, did you have a strategy for A, B, C, and D that you wanted to?
Madam Chair, move to combine the public hearings on item 13A, B, C, and D. And then the understanding, of course, is what you're going to tell us about with regard to the administration's plan.
These items have been on the agenda for a while. It's my understanding, as the administration has indicated, that they are working to come up with a new proposal. Do you want to comment on that, Mr. Mayor?
I would like to, Madam Chairman.
Thank you.
This morning, the Police and Fire Medical Trust Board unanimously voted to approve the administration's proposal, which will be introduced to the Assembly at a work session tentatively scheduled for September 5th, which is a Friday. What we're hoping is that we could introduce the proposal on the Assembly meeting of Tuesday the 9th for action on Tuesday, September 30th. The Board has requested expedited treatment because of the delays, and the administration does not oppose expedited treatment if the Assembly would so allow it.
So could you repeat those dates again?
Yes, ma'am. Assembly work session to be scheduled on Friday the 5th of September. Introduction on Tuesday, September 9th, with a vote on Tuesday, September 30th. then tonight, I believe the request is to table these items until October, and pending passage of the alternative proposal, after passage, they would request that they be postponed indefinitely.
Thank you very much. I'd like to make a comment to the public, and that is that in light of the fact that there's either an S version or a absolutely new version of this proposal coming to us, you might want to be thoughtful about whether or not you testify tonight. If, in fact, the new version that we receive comes under the same title, and is that the case?
Madam Chairman, it is not an S version, so any individual would have the opportunity to testify twice if he or she so chose.
Okay, so that's to clarify it. So you may speak tonight and then speak again at another point. With that information, Mr. Coffey.
Before we start the public hearing, I just had a question on that, because if these matters are going to not be the vehicle for any decision, then if they testified about this, wouldn't they be testifying about something that doesn't have anything to do with what we're ultimately going to do?
Through the Chair, my understanding is that there is no member of the public interested in speaking tonight.
And then would the administration then ask us to postpone these 4 indefinitely, pending introduction of new?
The request to make sure, to increase the odds that there's the resolution of some means would be to table these items tonight until October. So what that does is it gives us the month of September to introduce and theoretically pass an alternative. If the alternative is passed by the Assembly, at that point, these items would be postponed indefinitely because action would no longer be desired.
Well, what you're telling me then is that even though you don't support it and you're writing new legislation, what you want us to do is keep our feet to the fire by keeping these things alive even though you don't support them, and if we don't vote for what you like, then maybe we're going to have to, what you propose, we may have to vote for something you don't like, but it's better than otherwise. Thank you.
So I want to procedurally clarify. Basically, it's your hope that we will continue the public hearing on this item this item tonight till September.
No, I believe you could have the public hearing on this item tonight
and close it. Okay. All right. Thank you. Well, with all that background information, if there's no more questions or comments, I'd like to open the public hearing on items 13A, B, C, and D. Is there any comment or anyone that wants to come down and speak? Seeing no public hearing, no public comments, the public hearing is closed. And what's the will of the body?
Move to postpone until October 14th.
Second.
And can I discuss it?
We need to do these individually.
To all 4. 13A, or you want me to do them one at a time?
I believe we have to do them.
13A is my motion.
Second.
Are there any objections?
Yes. I want to just make sure here. If it's my experience after 5 years that when the administration has a proposal that the title doesn't work and they're trying to work out a solution, that the item that's not supported is postponed indefinitely. Now you're asking us to do something that's out of the ordinary, and my preference would be to postpone this matter indefinitely. In short, put them to bed forever and then deal with the proposals that you've got coming on their merits without having this hang over my head. So even though I move to postpone till the date,
September 3rd, is that what you said, or what?
October 14th.
October 14th,
I would prefer a motion to postpone indefinitely, but I don't know, with only 7 of us here, I don't know whether or not we'll get either one of them passed.
Mr. Burge.
I would agree to seconding a motion to postpone indefinitely.
I want to clarify, we don't have a motion on the floor to postpone indefinitely. We have a motion to postpone for a date certain, and that date is October 14th. Is there any discussion?
I object to postponing for the reasons stated by Mr. Coffey. I would support a postpone indefinitely. Thank you.
Is there any further comments? Okay, but are there any further comments? Ms. Gray Jackson? Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like some clarification from the administration as to why, once again, we shouldn't postpone this indefinitely. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me try, and I'll be very blunt. I think the union or the folks that are concerned about this issue want to make sure we have something over our heads to have a completion on this project. So all it's doing is making sure there's a back-end door in case we're unable to finalize the arrangement in regards to our ordinance. That's all. And in courtesy of their hard work and their support of what we're trying to do, we don't have any objection to this. It's just really more of a procedure for them to make sure we do what we said we would do. I don't have a problem with that.
Ms. Drummond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If we postpone it indefinitely, is there a possibility of bringing it back if it's postponed indefinitely?
Can be reintroduced.
I see. Okay.
Mr. Coffey, did you have another comment? Ms. Osiander?
I might suggest that a more appropriate way to deal with this would be to first put up the motion to postpone indefinitely, and then if it fails, we could deal with the motion to deal with a date certain. The rationale being, if the first motion failed, then we are in somewhat of a quandary.
We could just bring back a second motion.
I'm sorry.
If the motion to postpone to October 14th failed.
Mr. Coffey, I believe the item would still be before us, and we could entertain another motion. So if there's any further, is there any further comment on this? I suggest that we all vote, and yeah, that's right, correct. I'd like to do a roll call. And Ms.
Gray Jackson? No, we're going to do a voice vote because
we're voting on.
Madam Chair, can you please state what the vote is again for clarity for myself and also the public? Thank you.
Yes. We're voting on postponing this item until, what is October 14th.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No. I'm sorry. Yes.
Mr. Birch?
No.
Ms. Selkirk?
Yes.
Ms. Drummond?
Yes.
Ms. Osiander?
No.
Mr. Flynn?
Yes.
Ms. Johnston? Okay. Ms. Johnston voted no. Mr. Coffey?
No.
Madam Chair, that fails 4-4. We did not achieve 6 votes.
Thank you. The chair will entertain another motion regarding this matter.
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second it. You know, I'm pushing the button here. It says first motion, and I don't know if you're not picking that up or are we using the keypad?
I'm probably missing it. So I've got the mover as Mr. Coffey and the seconded as Ms. Drummond, but you were verbal, right? So it's been moved and seconded by Mr. Coffey and seconded by Ms. Drummond that we postpone this item indefinitely. Is there any comment? Or Mr. Coffey?
I don't have any problem wrestling with this matter on the merits. I didn't support what Mr. Teshi had written, which seemed to be hastily conceived and not well vetted, and it was done at the last meeting that he was on this body. But I understand the importance of this health care issue to a large number of our retirees, and I want to deal with it on the merits. And frankly, I don't need to have something held over my head to do that. Our practice is, and almost universally, as far as I know, has been, when the administration is bringing something new to us, we take the old stuff off, we clear the decks, and we deal with it on that basis. Assuming we pass it, it's over. If we don't, then maybe we've got to bring something new. But something that nobody supports, and I don't mean nobody, but that we are not supporting today as a body shouldn't just remain alive as some sort of threat to me or you or the rest of us to vote on something that is yet to be in front of us. So I'm going to support the postpone indefinitely, and I would urge that others do the same.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just very, very excited and happy after all the emails and telephone calls I received that the administration and the police and fire retirement folks have been able to work together and come to some kind of conclusion, and hopefully that's what's going to happen. So as far as I'm concerned, what difference does it make whether or not we leave it on the table or not? It really doesn't matter. It's just extra paper to go along with all the other paper that we have. Thank you.
Any other comments? Hearing no comments, I'd like to comment. I've been working with the administration in hopes that they would bring forward an agreement that would be that would work for the Police and Fire Retirement Board, and I'm happy to hear that that agreement is unfolding. I don't need my feet held to the fire. If there isn't a resolution, I will be back at this table working to build one, and so I am going to go ahead and vote for it to be postponed indefinitely with the commitment that this is an important issue, and I will see it through and committed to seeing a solution, and I look forward to what the Assembly is going to be bringing to us. If there are no other comments, I'd like to call for a vote.
Mr. Coffey? Yes. Ms. Johnston? Yes. Mr. Flynn?
Yes.
Ms. Osiander? Ms. Drummond?
Yes.
Dr. Selcraig?
Yes.
Mr. Birch?
Yes.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
No.
Madam Chair, that passes.
Thank you. I believe that we have partner items in this area. Mr. Coffey, do you want to bring?
Postpone item 13B indefinitely.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we postpone item 13B indefinitely. Is there any comment? Mr. Birch, would you sign in, by the way, on your second? Thank you. Are there any comments? Hearing no comments, are there any objections? This matter is approved. Thank you.
Move 13C to be postponed indefinitely, Madam Chair.
And is there a second? Mr. Birch, I see that you've seconded. It's been moved and seconded that 13C be postponed indefinitely. Is there any comment? Any objection to postponing 13C indefinitely?
Yes. Madam Chair, I'm sorry, but I'd like to be on B noted as a no vote.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. We can note that correction. And then, then on C, do we need to, do you want to go ahead and take a vote? Well,
okay. Ms. Gray Jackson?
No.
Mr. Birch? So
Yes.
postponed. Dr. Selcraig?
Yes.
Ms. Drummond?
Sorry, what?
So voting to postpone indefinitely 13C?
Yes.
Ms. Osiander? Mr. Flynn?
Yes.
Ms. Johnston? Mr. Coffey?
Yes.
Madam Chair, that passes.
Thank you. That item passes.
Move to postpone item 13D indefinitely.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Coffey and seconded by Ms. Drummond that we postpone item 13D indefinitely. Is there any discussion? Are there any objections?
Yes.
It appears that we'll take a vote on this.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
No.
Mr. Birch?
Yes.
Dr. Selcraig?
Yes.
Ms. Drummond?
Yes.
Ms. Osiander?
Yes.
Mr. Flynn?
Yes.
Ms. Johnston? Mr. Coffey?
Yes.
Madam Chair, that passes.
Okay. That brings us to item 13E, a resolution AR 2008-121. So the public hearing is now open on this item. Is there anyone here who would like to speak? Welcome. Please come down and state your name for the record. And you probably know this, but you have 3 minutes, and followed by questions if there are any.
My name is Andrew Provencio, and I just wanted to point out to the Assembly that a lot of people have spent a lot of long hours working on this. The reason that we were asking for a temporary postponement was if we didn't come to a resolution, or that all that hard work has to be done over again. That's the only reason. Not we're holding anything over anybody's head. The other point I wanted to make out is I do really appreciate the administration's proposals that they've come to us with. The work sessions are being very productive, and so it is going well.
Thank you.
I am a trust member of the Police and Fire Medical Trust Board since inception.
Point of order,
Okay, we've already acted on those items.
Okay.
Thank you. So we'll now move on to 13E, and that's resolution number AR 2008-121, dealing with the Heritage Land Bank. Is there any public comment on this item? If there is, please come down. Seeing and hearing no public comment, I close the public hearing. What's the wish of the body?
Madam Chair, move to continue the public hearing to August 19th meeting. I understand there's a work session on the 15th.
Mike, please, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
I move to continue this item to August 19th. I understand there's a work session on the Heritage Land Bank issues on this Friday on the 15th.
And that's continue the public hearing to?
Yes, is there a second? It's been moved and seconded by Ms. Drummond and Ms. Gray Jackson that we
Order, though,
yes.
Madam Chair. I'm sorry. We should. You close the public hearing.
Yes.
So I would move first to reopen the public hearing because you have to reopen it, and then you can continue it.
Oh, okay.
Procedurally. So I just moved to reopen. I don't object. I think we should do that.
Thank you. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded that we reopen the public hearing.
Who was the second?
I believe it's, who's the second on that? I'm not clear. So
I moved.
Mr. Coffey?
I moved. I don't know who seconded.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay. Nobody's signed in as second. We're dealing with a
Put it
system
again,
here.
Patrick.
I've got Mr. Coffey as moving and Mr. Flynn as seconding. So the public hearing is now reopened. And with that in...
I object.
Is there any objection? Ms. Osiander objects? And why do you object, Ms. Osiander?
I haven't heard any rationale why we need to continue this. We've already had a public hearing on it. I mean, we've already had a work session on it. What's the new issue that needs to be discussed? Why do we need another work session? I'm just curious. I haven't heard anybody bring up anything. I'm the only one, I think, with an amendment.
Ms. Drummond, do you want to make a comment?
I got an email today or yesterday that said there's a work session on Heritage Land Bank being added to our work sessions this Friday.
But why?
I don't know.
Okay,
There are two different, I believe we're talking about the policy and the plan. So the question is there a benefit to having a work session in which we have an opportunity to discuss the policies and plan, or should we take action tonight?
Madam Chair,
yes.
If I could just get a little clarification from the administration. We've already had one work session on this. This has already been postponed at least twice. What's the new issue that needs to be brought to our attention?
Madam Chair and to Ms. Osiander, there is no request from the administration to postpone the approval of our policies for HLB. We have had an assembly workshop, work session on our policies and our changes. The policies are, in fact, though, part of our work plan and our 5-year management plan. So if it's the will of the assembly to delay passing of the policies, we certainly could do that. We do have a scheduled workshop with the assembly for this Friday on our work plan, not our policies.
Could I?
Mr. Maynard, would you state your name for the record, please?
I'm sorry. William Maynard, Director for Heritage Land Bank.
Thank you.
Could I continue?
Ms. Osiander?
Well, we've already had some discussion about the plan, too. What new information do we need? Why is this additional work session necessary?
To Ms. Osiander, through the chair, we have not had a work session on the work plan.
Right, we had it on the policy.
That's scheduled. We have had the policies discussed at length, so it's not necessary to delay the approval or ratification of our policies.
My objection stands, Madam Chair. I think it's unnecessary to postpone it again. It's not that controversial an issue.
Thank you. Mr. Birch?
Like the only outstanding issue I had with this is I did have a request for a summary of income or revenues received by Heritage Land Bank and then expenditures that offset those revenues for operations. But I certainly don't need to defer judgment on this action this evening. I think that's
Great.
probably come up later. Thank you.
Ms. Drummond.
I'd be happy to withdraw my motion to continue to the next meeting. I misunderstood the administration's intent.
And so who was
I'd be
it?
happy to withdraw my motion to reopen the public hearing as well.
So do we have seconds on both of those? So do the seconds confer? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so we are back to 13E, and I believe we have opened and closed the public hearing, and now I'd like to know what's the wish of the body.
Move to approve. Second.
Is there any comment? Any? Mr. Birch, are you done? Ms. Drummond, are you done?
Yes.
Okay, and now we're to Ms. Osiander.
Thank you. I just passed out a page of 2 potential amendments. I'd like to draw your attention to the document, and particularly page 4, where it talks about HLB policies, specifically land management policies. I'd like to move to amend that in 2 ways. The first would be to add the municipal assembly in the second sentence. So it would read, HLB shall consult regularly with other municipal agencies and the municipal assembly. And then the second thing I'd like to do is to delete in the next sentence a certain phrase. Currently it reads, if an agency has identified a municipal need for HLB land, and then the phrase I want to delete is, and provide sufficient justification in support of the need, then continues, the HLB may either initiate a process to remove, etc. If I could make that motion, please. Thank you. The argument, I appreciate the changes that staff made, administration made to the policies. However, I think that the language as presented is somewhat limiting in that land has to be reserved only if there is sufficient justification presented to support the need by a municipal agency. I know in my district I regularly hear from to give you a specific example, my community wants a cemetery, and they included it in the Eagle River Comprehensive Plan, but there is no real municipal agency that can advocate for that. The only cemetery we have now is in the city. The second thing that my community has requested is a snow disposal site, and our road board has requested that. But again, that's only part of a larger department in Anchorage, and there's nobody to advocate for it or to provide justification for it. Additionally, the school district, I've seen documents that present a picture, 20, 30, 40 years out of school sites. In the far future, there's a need for 2 elementaries and another middle school out in the Eagle River area, but it's impossible for the school district currently to provide justification for those because the kids aren't there now. It's just demographic projections assume they will be in the future. So I think that as an elected member of this assembly, I could advocate for those things as the plan comes forward, and the amendment would give me the flexibility to do that. So I would urge your support.
And Mr. Coffey.
I support the first part, which engages the assembly in some regards, but and provides sufficient justification in support of the need, that's the trigger for 2 kinds of actions with regard to HLB land. It is not a disposal of land. What it says is they can remove the land from the inventory and transfer it to real estate services or create a governmental authorization and retain the land. It seems to me that it's appropriate for there to be some justification. I don't know that the judgment needs to be by HLB whether it's sufficient to warrant one of these 2 things from happening, but the way it would read now is if an agency has identified it, then they sort of have to do one of these 2 things, whether there's justification there or not. So I support the first part of the amendment. I just I'm not convinced that the second part, the removal of the justification requirement, is appropriate. How else are they going to make a decision if somebody doesn't justify the request? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I could ask, and build on the amendments that are up, we don't have any problems with those, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so both, I think you have two, Ms. Osiander. We have no problem with either one of them.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander?
Reply to Mr. Coffey. I didn't read it that way. Now that you tell me that's how you read it, I could see. I guess I can understand it. I interpreted that to mean that that couldn't be put on their list unless some agency had provided the justification. But you're interpreting it as the justification is necessary to do A or B. Okay. And if that's the interpretation, I'm okay with it. That isn't how I read it at all, though.
Well,
so what's your intent in this?
How do they read it?
That was going to be my next question.
Mr. Maynard.
To Ms. Osiander, through the chair, there's no objection to the change of language. We're satisfied with identifying municipal need and taking action to either transfer that property or identify it as satisfying that need. But we have no argument with either leaving the language as is, which really I think clarifies more strongly what our actions will be and gives us a little bit more latitude. But we do identify municipal needs of property that we hold in our inventory.
Okay. Could I
yes,
then?
Mr.
Coffey, my only concern would be, say, my example of the cemetery. There really currently isn't an agency that could, municipal agency that could advocate for that or to provide the justification for that. And as such, it might be simpler to just delete it, still allowing HLB to go ahead and do A and B.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I thought that's why you added "and the municipal assembly" in the first line, because that's the way the agency would come, I would have thought, through us.
So then, as an assembly member, I would have to provide the sufficient justification?
Well, you could certainly make the request and ask those who are asking for it to provide the justification. We're dying like flies in Eagle River. We need a place to bury ourselves. I mean, for example. I think we're really down to splitting hairs.
Mr. Coffey, on the topic, please. Ms. Osiander, do you have any other comments? Are there any other comments on this amendment? I have a question, and it's to follow up on Mr. Coffey's question. What is the downside of including in and provide sufficient justification in support of a need? It seems to me that you could add present or future. I don't think those two things are exclusive. Is there any in actually articulating that you have to provide sufficient justification seems to have some value? Ms. Osiander?
I'm sorry, you confused me.
Well, it's my understanding that your proposal is to delete the provide sufficient justification in the future. I guess I'm wondering, it seems to me including it just doesn't seem to me I guess I don't understand the rationale. It would seem like you would want some justification in order to propose these new pieces. And I think it's enough to say that they're needed in the future, but at least
if the Assembly has if the majority of the Assembly has some concern about that language, then I could get rid of it. To me, it seemed as if my advocacy for the cemetery, I might be called to give some broad economic justification, and that's beyond my skill and ability to do.
Okay.
So I just didn't.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any other comments? Is there any objection? Ms. Drummond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I, too, am uncomfortable with deleting "and provide sufficient justification in support of the need." if the maker of the motion would remove those brackets, I would be happy to vote yes on that amendment.
That's a motion to amend the amendment. I second.
All right, that's acceptable with the maker of the amendment.
Okay, so Ms. Drummond made the motion to amend the amendment, and Mr. Coffey seconded it, and the maker of the motion accepted. Okay, I'm reminded by the clerk it would be helpful if we use the system. I'm doing my best to keep up with it, and it doesn't quite clear fast enough from one motion to the next. So I guess from the clerk, do you need any other information? Yes.
I'll be happy to make the motion.
Well, I believe that it's been accepted by the maker of the motion, so we don't need to vote on that, do we?
See if there's any objection.
Is there any objection? If there's no objection, that's fine. Okay, so now we're back to the original amendment. Is there any more comments? What's the will of the body? Do we have any objections? Seeing and hearing no objections?
Do we have to poll Ms. Johnston?
Ms. Johnson? I don't think is she online? Does she have any objections? Since we have her on mute, should we unmute her? Thank you. That item is approved. So now back to the original. You have a second amendment, Ms. Osiander. Do you want to bring that forward to us at this time?
I would do. It's on page 6 of the document. Item number 2 under land disposal policies. Currently it reads, the HLB may dispose of land when it is determined that there is no current or planned municipal use for the land and market conditions are determined to be favorable. I wanted to amend the word planned to say considered. And
second.
My intent is to soften it because I can give you a specific example. I've been advocating now, probably Ms. Drummond even remembers my advocacy for an elementary school in the Eagle River attendance area. And even though it's not planned to build a school now because the enrollment is not yet justified, there is, I think, widespread agreement that eventually it will be needed. So considered is just a softer justification.
Ms. Drummond, did you have a comment? Yes. Okay, clear. Any other comments on this? I'd like to speak in support of this. I think that making it easy for the Heritage Land Bank to protect lands that we're going to need in the future is a smart thing to do, and having things adopted in the plan doesn't always ensure kind of the sensible kinds of acts that we want to take. So I'm pleased to see this before us. If there are no further comments, are there any objections to this motion? Seeing and hearing no objections, the amendment passes. That takes us back to 13E, the original resolution, and that's AR 2008-121. Are there any further comments on the original?
I just want to commend Mr. Minor. He has certainly been responsive and easy to work with, and I urge support for the document as amended.
Okay. Are there any objections? Hearing and seeing no objections, this item is passed. Yes, I believe, Ms. Drummond, you were going to bring forward changing the order of the day motion.
I move to change the order of the day, beginning in the section 14 with item 14B, next followed by 14A, 14C, 14D, 13K, 13F, G, H, and J.
Is there a second? And could you please use the
second?
And would you please punch in, Ms. Drummond, and Mr. Coffey?
Yeah, I'll punch in as soon as she does.
Where is?
I don't know if you can do that when there's a change the order of the day. We have no
okay.
item.
Can we do it?
It'd be nice to know why.
But we aren't quite fast enough on the system yet, so I'm going to assume that we've got a motion before us that's live. Are there any objections to changing the order of the day?
Question?
Yes.
Can we have the recitation of that lengthy list again? I wasn't
Sure.
able to keep up.
I believe it was changing it to 14B, 14A, 14C, 14D, and 9D13.
Huh?
It wasn't that, weren't we bringing forward that additional item that had to be seen with? It's already moved there. Okay, and then 13K.
Okay. And question, Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Coffey.
Tell us the reason for these.
Several of them are at the administrator's request, and so I'll give Mr. Abbott an opportunity to speak to these items.
Some of these issues are time sensitive. We're trying to resolve a number of them as soon as possible here.
Thank you.
I don't expect them necessarily to take the rest of the evening.
And
Thank you.
I might comment on 13K. It's been in our packets for a very, very long time, and I'm taking the opportunity as my role in chair to possibly move it forward at last. We've had it before. It's in many meetings. Are there any objections? Any comments first? Yes. Okay, Ms. Osiander, I'm coming to you.
I'm typically supportive of this, but gee, it's early in the evening, and I think we're going to finish the agenda. So I'm
Not if
kinda-
we keep debating this.
All right.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey.
Mr. Birch?
Yeah, again, we've got another 3 hours of meeting here, and I was curious as to why we're shuffling the order here as well. And 14B was the shoplifting. That's just going to get postponed, right?
Yes. And we wanted to let people know so that they didn't wait. We wanted to just move it up and let them know.
Got you covered. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Drummond, did you have a comment?
No.
Okay. So are there any further comments? Are there any objections to reordering the items for the day? Hearing no objections, we have now got a new order that we will be working with, and so I believe that moves us to 14B. And I need to flip my pages. Yep, I will open the public hearing on 14B. And 14B is AO 2008-86. If there's anyone wishing to testify, please come down and do so.
Shoplifting ordinance, is it?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, hearing and seeing no, do we have someone to come down? Hearing and seeing no comments, the public hearing is now closed.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
my understanding was there was going to be a move to postpone on this, and so I would prefer to the public hearing not be closed.
Thank you. Can I therefore unclose it? Thank you. Thanks. So what's the will of the body?
Move to postpone to the 9th.
I didn't hear the date. I'm sorry.
Move to postpone September 9th.
Is there a
Madam
second?
Chair, don't you mean continue, Madam Vice Chair?
Continue. Move to continue to September 9th.
Thank you.
Are there any comments?
It's the continuation of the public hearing till 9 September. That's the motion, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Thank you.
If we could clarify for the public, Madam Chair, there was some concern, this changed the dollar limit for theft from $5 to $25, and we heard from several retailers who were uncomfortable with that, and so we're going to have some time for the police to talk to them. I think that's fair.
Correct. And actually, this is at police request. They've had a lot of input from the community. What they'd like to do is redraft it. I think they're coming back with an S version at that time. So it is appropriate to leave the public hearing open, and we'll do so. What's the will of the body? Are there any other comments? Mr. Birch, did you have a comment?
Just during the break, I did have a chance to talk to one of the merchants, and he basically related a similar thing. Apparently, it's not a problem with the police department responding. It's a problem in the prosecution, and it sounds like they're working towards a reasonable solution to that, and that will be coming forward in September. So I would support the continuation vote. Thank you.
Are there any other comments? Is there hearing no more comments? Is there any objection to this item? Hearing no objections, this item will be postponed or continued until September 9th. Thank you. And now that moves us to, our next item is item number AR 2008-94, an ordinance authorizing the municipality to exercise a participation agreement and an operation maintenance agreement and lease agreement between Chugach Electric and Municipal Light and Power for joint development.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing is now open. If you wish to comment on this item, please come down. Would you state your name for the record, and please note that you have 3 minutes.
Yes, good evening. My name is Jeff Lipscomb, and I am a director in my 9th year on the Chugach Electric Board. I'm here today to provide comments on why the Anchorage Assembly should support the South Central Alaska Power Project Participation Agreement. The participation agreement will allow Chugach and ML&P to jointly build and operate approximately 200 megawatts of new, more efficient generation near Chugach's headquarters. This project translates into substantial savings and benefits to all Anchorage residents. I'd like to highlight a few. Significant economies of scale. Building one large plant instead of 2 smaller plants saves Anchorage residents tens of millions of dollars. Lower fuel cost. New generation is substantially more efficient than the 30-year-old generation that currently exists. For Chugach, we expect this gas savings will be in the millions of dollars annually. This new generation will use significantly less natural gas. This will allow Chugach and ML&P to sip the remaining gas instead of guzzling it as they transition into new, more renewable forms of energy in the future. Increased Anchorage reliability through geographic diversity of generation. And then finally, smaller environmental impact. The new, more efficient generation technology reduces our carbon emissions. The participation agreement between Chugach and ML&P defines the terms and conditions of joint construction and operation. This agreement was modeled after the existing Eklutna and Bradley Lake agreements for joint generation, which have been successfully in existence for many years. Chugach will own approximately 70% of the power plant, and ML&P will own 30%. Chugach will be the managing participant and operate the plant on a day-to-day basis. However, major decisions will be made by an operating committee and or the participants committee in which ML&P will have representation. The agreement contains provisions for withdrawal, transfer of ownership, right of first refusal, and deadlock, and arbitration clauses in the event of disagreement. The term of the agreement is for 30 years, with 5 years notice to terminate. Those of us who have worked on the project believe that it will be good for Anchorage. I urge you to support ML&P's participation in the South Central Alaska Power Project so that all the residents of Anchorage can enjoy lower power cost and more reliable energy for years to come. Delays in the project at this time waste our natural gas resources and increase the cost to Chugach members by $2 million a month. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Lipscomb, I did want to let you know that there is a possibility that this item will be extended until our next meeting. So it means that you spoke tonight. You won't be able to speak at the next meeting. Should we be considering it then? However, somebody from Chugach Electric could speak at that meeting. Thank you. Are there any questions? Mr. Coffey?
I wanted to further what the chair just advised. If it is continued for a week, there will be an opportunity, I believe, for a further work session on Friday, the 15th is that, and for purposes of discussing some of the issues that have arisen since then. I just want to make sure you were aware of that possibility. And then I did have one question, and it relates to financing. Is financing available, or let me put it this way, are there financing commitments in place from Chugach Electric to purchase its roughly 70% share of this project?
Yes, we're working on those commitments as we speak, and we have a meeting in Seattle with some bond folks with issuing a commercial paper in Chugach's name on August 26th.
26th?
For the initial cash required for the down payments on the turbines, et cetera, we have credit agreements already in place to take care of that.
You can make the purchase and you convert that to long-term financing through revenue bonds issued by Chugach?
Correct.
All right. And that does that financing commitment and in any way impact the financing ability of the municipal light and power if say Chugach defaulted or something untoward happened?
No, they're separate.
All right. And then Chugach loses its gas commitments, as I understand, its contracts in 2012. Is that when that's kind of a fall over the cliff kind of thing that we've all been experiencing. I mean, it's very problematic for everybody in town. I understand that, heating and electricity and so on. What's the impact, if any, of that on this purchase?
Our contracts have existing phase gas, which is priced, and then we have, Brad, how many billions of cubic feet? 27 in phase 2? 40 to 120 billion of gas in phase 2, which is unpriced. And that's
what price?
Unpriced.
Unpriced.
And we're currently negotiating that price. So we expect to have gas past the 2012.
Okay. Yeah, I would
How much it cost?
You know, I would expect you would too. I just was wondering about the pending deal. I imagine the only way you could do it would be through rate increases. Whatever your gas goes from $5 a 1,000 cubic feet to 15, you're just going to pass it on to the ratepayers. I don't know what choice you would have.
And that's currently how our tariff is set up. Gas prices fuel costs are passed through on a cost basis.
Okay, and that's no problem with the Regulatory Commission?
No, that's set by the RCA.
Right, and I understand, one last question if I might, Madam Chair, I understand that use of the beluga gas that ML&P has is not something that can be done under the current regulatory rules that apply, is that right?
Right. In this joint participation and joint ownership agreement, each owner supplies their own gas. So ML&P will provide their gas for their 30%, and Chugach will provide its gas for its 70%.
And one comes in from one line and another from another, I suppose, or something like that. Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Birch?
Hi, Jeff. Thanks for coming down this evening. Where are we at as far as I know you're bidding out or I assume you're bidding out the turbine acquisition, but where are we at in the rail belt as far as a larger picture for competitive bidding power generation? Is that on the horizon, or is that part of the mix anywhere in your perspective?
Not in the short term. It's a longer term deal, Mr. Birch, and we're currently pursuing uniform power provider type things, as well as continued potential merger operations with ML&P, but those are still a little further out. The new plant, the replacement generation plant, South Central Alaska Power Plant, will be able, the agreement's written so that it can be transferred to whatever a future organization is that might be a rail belt-wide power provider.
And from the standpoint of being replacement generation, what generation is actually retired?
Well, there'll be some of our generation at Beluga that will be retired.
Okay. Thank you.
Right. Thanks. Ms. Drummond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nice to see you, Mr. Lipscomb. In the work session we had on Friday, we were told that the management committee consists of, is it 2 entities or 3? The participants committee, the operations committee, and the managing participant? Is that the...
The managing participant is defines Chugach as the operator.
Okay, so in that committee, are there 2 votes or 3 votes? I didn't see it described anywhere in the...
2 votes. There's just 2 participants, ML&P and Chugach. There may be additional representatives. I believe that the additional representatives are alternates. Isn't that right? Yeah.
Okay, so there are 2 votes. So in case of a disagreement, then you'd go into arbitration.
Yes, and we've covered that. The disputes in several places in arbitration as well as in the operations agreement itself.
Okay, good. I needed that made clear. Thanks.
Are there any other questions? I have a question. In light of the fact that you're each providing your own gas, are the rates for each of your ratepayers adjusted based on the cost of the gas? In other words, if ML&P's gas is cheaper and yours is more expensive, do we come out with a common rate, or are those, how does this impact the rate structure?
Well, the rates will be specific to each participant.
Based on your gas costs?
Based on our gas costs, based on our financing cost, based on our depreciation schedule, and our overhead that Chugach has.
Okay.
That overhead, that depreciation, that interest expense on the investment, and the gas costs for ML&P will be separate, and will determine the rates for the ML&P customers.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Mr. Coffey. Okay, thank you. Does anyone else? Thank you very much. And
thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other persons here who'd like to testify on this matter?
I'm sorry, but just for clarification, is the public hearing going to be continued to the 19th?
Yes, it's my, I can't speak for the body, but all indications are is that there's interest on this body to continue the public hearings. Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to come forward and speak? And I do want to note that if you speak today, you will not be able to speak next week. Mr.
Noted.
Would you state your name for the record?
Madam Chair, my name is Mark Marlowe. Madam Chair, Assembly members, good evening. I come tonight to encourage you not to approve AO 2008-94. In my experience, this body is the great equalizer. Insofar as for these few minutes, an individual like me has the attention of you, the policymakers, on an equal footing with the Goliaths of the world, in this case, Chugach Electric and Municipal Light and Power. Tonight, I'm putting any credibility that I've earned with this body on the line, credibility I believe I've earned by doing what I say I'll do when I come to you to participate in ways to improve this community. And I'm here to tell you that this is a very bad idea that will cost your constituents, the ratepayers, dearly. I've come to tell you that Chugach Electric and Municipal Light and Power do not have the ratepayers' interests in mind. These institutions' interest is in maintaining their monopoly over generation in this community and thereby continuing to hide their waste and inefficiency. Municipal Light and Power and Chugach Electric have been derelict for the past 20 years in planning and phasing in new and more efficient generation while fighting each other like gangs fighting for advantage. Does this mean that the people at Chugach Electric and ML&P are bad? No. Many of the people there are very, very good people. It simply means that the institutions in their entirety are desperate to maintain their monopoly over the generation in this community. Chugach Electric and Municipal Light and Power coming together on this ordinance is testimony to their dereliction, given their antagonistic relationship in the past. Inasmuch as each detest the idea of losing control of generation to the Alaska Electric Grid Authority, a state-controlled entity, or independent power producers, more than their anxiety for each other. Passing this ordinance would reward the very organizations that created a very real generation crisis with $400 million to fritter away on a lackluster generation solution with very little oversight. This is like letting the fox guard the henhouse. You are being pressured. This community is being pressured to enter into this agreement ostensibly to save 10% on the purchase of turbines, a $60 million expenditure, to run the very real risk of spending 20% too much on a $400 million project. That's $74 million the wrong way. And is there any evidence that the manufacturer of these turbines will actually increase the price if an order isn't placed very soon? As many of you know, my partners and I have been endeavoring for 10 years to revitalize the Kinnicarn Power Plant on Whitney Road. Our efforts have been resisted at every turn.
Mr. Marlowe, you're going to have to finish up. There may be some questions.
All right. The Assembly memorandum associated with this ordinance says that the Municipal Light and Power wants to spend $110 million plus interest for about 60 megawatts of generation, and it would be operational by 2012. It more likely will cost 20% more than that and will be operational in 2013. I'll commit right here and now to provide 60 megawatts of firm baseload capacity for MLMP dispatch, 50 megawatts for a price not to exceed $105 million by 2011.
We're going to need to wind up your testimony. Okay. Are there any questions from the Assembly? Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Marlowe? Oh, Mr. Birch, there you are. Thank you very much. Yes, we are.
I just wondered if you could wrap up your testimony, Mr. Marlowe, and if you had any concluding points. Thank you.
I sent you some questions to ask, but I just had one more paragraph to read, if you don't mind. Anyway, the only point is that the savings of having 60 to 80 megawatts for Municipal Light and Power's dispatch in the heart of their service area would save millions of dollars and provide an opportunity to harvest heat as a byproduct of the generation, something that the project in South Anchorage would not be able to do. I think they should change the name to South Central Regional Alaska Power Plant and do exactly what the acronym suggests. Scrap it.
Any further questions for Mr. Marlowe? Mr. Marlowe, I have a question.
Okay.
You've contacted me and spoke with me about this project, and one of the things you've talked about is this opportunity associated with waste heat.
Yes.
And I think that at this point it's a fairly abstract concept. Could you explain just briefly what you mean by capturing the waste heat and what kind of value that has?
Sure. I have a little handout here, if I could indulge the chair to bring it forward, that just took some notes this afternoon. Sorry for the handwritten notes. I was in Fort Greely all day today and flew in on the 5 o'clock plane from Fairbanks. I was up there helping the military build a power plant, interestingly enough. But 60 megawatts in combined cycle, a modern combined cycle power plant, would consume about 480 MCF of gas per hour. 480 MCF of gas equals 480,000 cubic feet of gas. And there are 1,000 BTUs in a cubic foot of natural gas. There are 100,000 BTUs in a gallon of gasoline, just for a comparison. A combined heat and power plant, by any industry standard, is 20% more efficient on fuel. A modern combined cycle power plant will be about 50% efficient with fuel, which means that 50% of the BTUs on the gas that go into the power plant make electricity, and 50% of the BTUs go into the atmosphere. In a combined heat and power plant, you can get 70% efficiency or 70% of work out of the fuel. 20% on 60 megawatts, assuming that it burns 480,000 cubic feet of gas per hour, equals 96,000 cubic feet of gas per hour of savings, or of gas that is offset because you're using the heat that you're harvesting off that turbine to heat buildings adjacent to the power plant. The equivalent of 960 gallons of gasoline per hour in heat savings, enough to heat 1,000 homes all day, every day, 24 hours a day. This power plant, concentrating a power plant in South Anchorage where you get no collateral, if we're going to, as a body, as a community, if we're going to spend $110 million creating new generation, we should invest that money where we're going to get collateral benefit for spending the money by being able to harvest the heat and do nice things for the community, make it a more winter city friendly community by heating sidewalks, by doing other things that improve the community. And the most concentrated heat load in the state of Alaska is within a half-a-mile circle of the Kinnick Arm Power Plant.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
What's the wish of the body? I'm sorry, is there another? I didn't see you. Thank you very much. Come forward, please.
Well,
please state your name for the record.
It's my pleasure, Ms. Selkrig. Paul, middle initial D, Kendall. Can I let me just get right to it here real quick. I rise in opposition to this, but before I do, let me make something clear. I have the greatest of respect for Chugach and their board members and where they're headed, how they serve their people. I don't blame them for looking to have a position in the market that benefits their people. I do have very, very strong concerns about the municipality because it is our power plant. It is our power that belongs to us. We have not had this discussion in public. There are a multitude of questions that need to be defined and decided upon. I wanted to hear the dialogue about the weighing of the decision between renewable energy and those energies that are sustainable, as opposed to being an economically subjugated people by the dark fuel, the fossil fuel people, which we now all realize. I've been feeling out this body now for some time, trying to understand how we got in the position of becoming a recurring revenue. A streaming revenue for a few people too lazy to work for some petty stock portfolio based out of New York City. I've been trying to understand that. I am now convinced it is the leadership. There is no other explanation. There is no other cause to go after except leadership, leadership, leadership. Let me make my case this way. For you not to have the producers and the refiners before you, for on the record as to understand what their production is and their distribution is, there is no energy decision that you can make that has a foundation to it. It is, in fact, goes to your lack of credibility as a leadership without having that foundation. And let me give you a further example of that. When you look at having a work session of what I call an incestuous intellectual, you get a group of people together who close it off to the public and have your own rapport of fuzzy conversations and warmth. What you miss out on is, why would you buy a diesel bus? You could get $1 billion. Our legislators are going to reconvene with up to $15 billion at their disposal. I have told you before that $1 billion would lay down 100,000 electric vehicles in this community tomorrow morning. And when you begin to multiply that out with a dollar factor multiplying, it is huge. It is literally has you a chance to convert your society. And if that's too complex for those people who don't really seek individual freedoms, which is what we're about, you could take that $1 billion, you could have 11 photovoltaic solar panels on every dwelling in the state of Alaska. 300 dwellings could have 11 photovoltaic solar panels, which will last for 20 years. And when you begin to look at that combined with what's coming in new technology, these companies, these credible companies like Chugach Electric, combined with those companies who we feed continually, the municipalities and things, those people should be here arguing over the different projects and the viability and the finance. They should be bringing us in as the public, because our children are the ones who are going to be the free people.
Thank you, Mr. Kendall.
This is my wrap-up time now.
Yeah, although it needed to be on the topic specifically, so thank you.
I'm always on topic.
Yeah, you're very broad. Thank you very much.
I'm always on topic. I guess what the conclusion is this. I can't imagine depriving us of a discussion about some new technologies coming online so that somebody can have a gas-fired power plant.
Thank you.
I can't imagine that without discerning the discussion and breaking out the residential user or the dwelling user. And this is, I'm closing it up. I'm in respect here. My point is this. If you cannot give us this opportunity, then we're going to have to call for just not paying our utilities. Simply not paying them and walking away.
Thank you, Mr. Kendall. Okay. Is there anyone else who would like to testify? Thank you. In light of the potential of the fact that we may extend this until next week, I won't close the... Oh, is there another gentleman? Thank you very much. I'm just moving a little too fast here. Come on down, and please state your name for the record.
My name is Steve Rizzo.
Hi, Steve.
Ladies and gentlemen. I think this is a bad business decision for the municipality of Anchorage to be diving off into going into a joint ownership with Chugach Electric. I think there's a lot better ways to spend our money. Municipal Light and Power is a very healthy organization. I think they could buy their own generation. They should do their own thing. This isn't the path that I think the municipality should be going down. $3 million that we're talking about here is just the tip of the iceberg. I would encourage everybody to read everything that's going on with this merger and have a very good understanding of what it is, because it's very, very expensive. And millions and millions, $300, $400 million is what it's going to cost to build this power plant. And I think our money can be spent better with Municipal Light and Power at the helm, doing their own thing, building their own power plant, adding their own generation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Thank you very much. Are there any other persons in the audience that would like to speak?
Move to continue the public hearing to next week.
Any discussion? Are there any objections to continuing the public hearing till next week on AO 2008-94? Hearing no objections, that motion has been passed. Yes.
I know we've had discussions on this. I would like to take this opportunity to request we either schedule a committee meeting for my committee or a work session. I would prefer a work session because for the whole body rather than just the committee and on Friday. And if that's appropriate, Madam Chair, then I would like that and schedule for 2 hours.
Point of inquiry, if I might.
You're out of order, excuse me.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Coffin. Ms. Osiander, did I overlook you?
I just had a question, if I could, Madam Chair. We already had a work session. How about a committee meeting? What additional?
I don't care. Whichever, like I said, either one would or both would work fine. And the point being is what I want to accomplish is I've got a bunch of material that have come in recently that raises questions, and some were asked tonight. And I would like us to have an opportunity to do this. As noted, this is a $400 million deal. We need to ask every question we can. However it's done, I don't care. I leave it to the discretion of the chair, by committee or by work session.
Ms. Gray-Jackson, did you have a comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to say I would prefer to have a work session. Like Mr. Coffey said, this is a $400 million deal, and I would prefer that each and every one of us be involved in further discussions based on additional information that we've received. Thank you.
Any other comments? Well, considering the size of this project and I think the broad interest in terms of the assembly itself, I would ask that the administration work with us on a work session for next Friday so that we can be this coming Friday, actually, it's that quick, and that we could cover the questions and get the questions to you as soon as possible, get those covered, and then we'll be in position to act on this at our next meeting. Is there any problem with that, Mr. Mayor? Thank you very much. So it will be scheduled.
Two of my committee members are absent from town, too, Mr. Gutierrez and Mr. Johnston, so that's another reason we ought to have a work session.
Thank you. That'd be a pretty lonely work session. And the clerk says that it would be from 1 to 3 this Friday. Mr. Coffey.
The HLB one, which was scheduled from 12 to 1, is gone. Is there any reason we can't use that time frame?
Noon to 2. So it's, as of today, it's noon to 2. Any other comments?
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll now move to item 14D, and it's AR 2008-164, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $1.7 million to the interfund loan for the Public Financing Fund 191. Thank you. But I made a mistake. We're on 14C. Thank you.
Waive reading of that.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's AO 2001-93. And this item deals with sustainable building codes. Is anyone here that would like to testify? The public hearing is now open. Please come on down. Please state your name for the record.
Hi there, I'm Lori Strauss, and I'm here on behalf of the Sustainable Building Initiative, the task force committee that put together the ordinance. We've been working on this ordinance for the past 2 years, meeting at least monthly, sometimes more than that, along with the support from the municipality. We'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you now. This ordinance addresses a desire to build high-performance buildings, also known as green buildings or sustainable buildings, through a policy for public buildings and an incentive for private sector. All buildings use resources such as energy, water, land, and materials. Sustainability, as it relates to buildings, is the use of these key resources more efficiently than buildings that are simply built to minimum codes. Building with sustainability in mind includes a commitment to consider all design decisions and their impact on the environment for the long term. Studies prove good decisions during design create healthier work, learning, and living environments with more natural light, cleaner air, contributing to improved employee and student health and comfort and productivity. The national average for the percentage of children with asthma is somewhere around 3%. In Alaska, this figure is about 8%. We spend a lot of time indoors up here. Between March 2003 and June 2008, NSTAR gas bills have risen somewhere in the range of 269%. Around the country, people are voicing concerns over climate change, while in rural Alaska, there's a dire need to relocate entire villages due to shoreline erosion. We make these statements because we're speaking about the underlying reasons for creating positive changes, envisioning a future for our families, our city, and our state that is better balanced for the economy, our health, and the environment. This is a three-legged stool that falls over if you lean too far in any given direction. For our houses, we are now seeing an amazing amount of work being done to analyze our homes and see what can be done to improve them. $300 million worth of work, in fact. These audits are showing us how poorly insulated, poorly sealed, poorly ventilated a large portion of our housing stock is. $300 million is merely the tip of the iceberg for what we need to do to bring our housing up to a better level of quality. When we speak to quality, we mean how healthy the home is for its residents and how expensive it is to keep this home. We have stated within the introduction of the ordinance that we feel that our local governments have a responsibility for leading by example and setting community standards. This ordinance establishes the municipality of Anchorage as a leader and will have many positive impacts for the community. The ordinance also establishes incentives for private development to build to these standards. There are already many market-driven reasons for incorporating elements of sustainable design into buildings, but we hope this will encourage developers to approach it from the whole picture of health, economy, and the environment. LEED certification of buildings doesn't only improve things for owner and occupants, it also improves things for the surrounding community.
You want to go ahead and
can I just do one last? The basic argument for this ordinance is there really isn't any excuse for not building high-performance buildings from the start. While statistics can quantify things, the benefits of such responsible design go beyond what can easily be quantified. We're speaking about job creation, healthier and happier citizens, media attention, trying to insure ourselves against future unknowns. Everything we speak about has been done to great success elsewhere, and we feel that Anchorage, Alaska needs to join what is becoming common.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Are there any questions, Mr. Birch?
Just wanted to thank you for coming down and thank you for your work on this. I know it's very timely from the standpoint of looking at the high cost of energy now and the life cycle costs associated with our projects. You had mentioned something about the building inspections and the home. I've kind of heard that there's not enough people available to do those home inspections. Have you gotten any feedback
What
on
I've
that?
heard is that they're very busy. They're not even taking any calls anymore. They're booked already through end of October, and they're just trying to get audits done. And I know several people who have done the audits. I haven't done one myself, but
What, and I realize this might be outside of your purview, but do you have any, where would you go to encourage, would that be a state program that you would encourage additional auditors to be trained up?
I don't know if I can speak to that.
Okay. Thank
Sorry.
you.
Mr. Mayor.
Just remind me if you can, I know you were busy getting a lot of organizations to support the idea of this ordinance. Can you recall a few of them just remind me again of some of the supporters?
Yes, we have the BOMA, Building Operations Management Association, has sent us a letter of support for this. The AIA, the local chapter of the AIA, the Architects, American Institute of Architects, the ASLA, American Landscape Architects. Who else do you guys help me out?
I can't remember, the Home Builders?
The Home Builders Association, yes, that's correct, yes.
Great.
And there was another one, and I can't recall.
That's okay, great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. This is on the summary of economic effects. It seems to be focused on the permit fees for this. It would seem to me that according to the material in the memorandum that the cost to get to an LEED building is 2% more. You're building like a 5-star home. I know they cost more, but your savings, they say, 20 times larger than conventional construction, and yet the summary of economic effect says it's $150,000 in additional dollars.
Mr. Coffey, is this a question to the speaker or a question to the mayor?
Administration.
Should we pause on that?
I'll wait.
Okay. Did you have a question for the speaker?
No, I'm sorry. I was out of line.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming out. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to come forward? Could you please state your name for the record?
Well, Paul D. Kendall, I have a point of
Mr. Kendall, I want
inquiry.
to ask you to stay on topic for what we're talking about here.
Sure. First, I'm not sure how you asked. Are you allowed to do a point of inquiry? That's my
not,
first
and
question.
currently we're taking testimony on a specific item.
So, well, I don't know what the rules are, so I'd look for you to advise. I don't know how to stand and do that. If you could please advise me of that.
You can, after the meeting, you can talk to the members.
Well, I wasn't looking to talk to them.
We have an item on the table that we're considering that we're
I guess I
public
would
hearing.
ask if I could exercise my freedom of speech and freedom of participation.
Not unless it relates specifically to the item that we're talking about
those
right
are the
now.
constructs I understand. The denials and those clarities and signals I do understand. Well, I guess I would rise in opposition to this. I'm somewhat troubled by doing that, but let me tell you why I would. What we need, ladies and gentlemen, is an energy allotment. They have assigned money, some type of a contrite value to energy, of which they can manipulate that money at any time. When you look at,
I'd like to point out that this is specifically related to building standards.
Yes, I know that, Ms. Selkirk.
And it provides incentives for.
Yes, my family built a shopping center. I'm well aware of all those little nuances.
So would
Ms.
you
Selkirk.
specifically testify to this item?
I am testifying to this. I'm building substance and content to the comment. I just said that I rose in opposition to this. You know, some people just want to stay on target. They just use that as a meandering terminology, and I expect it to be used more specifically. The point is this. It does you no good to set a standard for some type of a renewable or green building if the energy source itself continues to need to be fed. If your energy source is not renewable and accountable and reasonable, you in essence can build the best house in the world, Ms. Selkirk, and they will come back to charge you again and again and again. And in my past participation, where I stood for 30 days, where 35 interveners sued over utility increase, those people all talked, Ms. Selkirk, about not eating, turning down the temperature, insulating their houses, and it came back again and again. So what this does here, it is a diversion from the true issue. The true issue is you can actually incentivize this without having to set a rule. The issue is that you have to maintain stability in energy. And I thank you for the opportunity to raise and ask some questions in some civil manner without being pushed down or not being able to participate more fully like we should be able to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to come forward?
Hi, I'm Sarah Ellen Hutchison, and tonight I'm going to testify on behalf of Alaska Center for the Environment and our over 6,000 members. Alaska Center for the Environment, as you probably know, is Alaska's largest citizens group working for sensible stewardship of our natural environment here, recreational access, and clean air and clean water. And we urge you to vote yes for the Sustainable Building Initiative and requiring the LEED Silver standards in all of our public buildings and retrofits. Construction costs have skyrocketed in the last few years, along with the increased cost of fuel. And according to the U.S. Department of Energy, buildings use almost 40% of energy, account for nearly 40% of carbon emissions, and 70% of electricity usage. That, taken with the unique challenges of living here in Alaska, means that we need to act aggressively to make sure all of our new buildings and retrofits have a lower life cycle cost than the average building. LEED buildings do not have to cost much more than conventional construction and save so much money and energy in the long term that it's so worth it. Average LEED Silver office buildings save about 30% in energy. That's in the packet. And also green schools save about 33% in energy costs. And we also support possibly an amendment requiring the same standards of the Anchorage School District, and this is why. In addition to all the cost and money-saving reasons that you've heard, there are additional benefits to our community's children by having green schools. There are several studies comparing LEED schools to conventional schools. I guess you'd call them old school schools, where you can find this at the National Clearinghouse for Educational Facilities. And some of these studies found 20% faster progression in math learning, 26% faster progression in reading learning, nearly 40% reduction in asthma, fewer sick days, and one study even found fewer cavities. And in the dark Alaskan winters, these LEED silver standards are probably going to show even more of a benefit than they would in the lower 48. Alaska is the last great place. We should be a leader in addressing the climate crisis, and this is an economically beneficial way for our community to do so. And that's why we encourage you to vote yes for the Sustainable Building Initiative to improve our energy savings and our health. Thank you.
Perfect timing. Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Ms. Drummond.
Thank you very much for coming and letting us know how the membership feels. Do you realize that this ordinance does not require the school district to build to LEED standards?
I understand that, yes.
So you would not object to asking the school district to build to LEED standards, just like the municipality is going to be building to LEED standards?
Alaska Center for the Environment would consider it to be great progress to adopt the ordinance as it's presented, but we would support strongly requiring the same LEED standards for the school district.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments? Questions? Would anybody else like to speak? Seeing no further public comment, I would like to close the public hearing, and I would now like to ask if there's any comments and what the will of the body is. Ms. Osiander? We've got Mr. It's been moved and seconded to approve AO 2008-93. Is there any discussion? Ms. Osiander?
I have two questions to the administration. The the incentive for this is to refund 100% of the expedited portion of building permitting fees. Does this include inspection fees?
I'm not sure I can answer that at this point.
I think I can then.
Okay.
No, it does not. It's the plan review portion of the fee.
Thank you. The second thing, if you recall at the work session, I had some concern about the Anchorage School District. I have had a conversation with them, and I no longer have that concern. Basically, my belief is that using the rating system as a guide will ensure that those standards are referenced as the buildings are constructed. And that's basically what this ordinance says that the school district would do, and also we would do in terms of renovating buildings. I certainly have learned a lot, but there's a lot more to learn on this topic. One of the things I discovered is that getting this certificate is somewhat dependent upon the environmental situation of the building. For instance, you could get additional credits if your building is located in a dense area with a lot of bus traffic around it. You could get some additional credits, say, if you're in a situation where you could maybe be on public sewer versus minus credits if you're not. And as such, at sometimes getting that particular piece of paper might be more appropriate and helpful than at other times, but it seems like there's value everywhere in using the standards as a guideline. So I actually would rather see this, the whole thing written that way, rather than, right now we've got it broken out that the school district and renovation will use it as guidelines, but for new buildings, we're going to require that paper, the certification paper. And my concern of that, I guess, is particularly as I talked to the school district about Clark, where the standards were met, but they determined that that additional, I think for Clark it was $50,000, but for other buildings it may be a different amount, wasn't necessarily, I mean, the building was already the standard, but to have to get that, pay that additional amount of money to get the certificate, I don't know if that had the same value. I'd like to know the will of the body, but I think that ideally it would be better if we followed the direction on Section B and Section C here, rather than what's listed for Section A on page 2 and 3.
Ms. Drummond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I spent 9 years on the school board, and during that time we built about $500 million worth of buildings, many of them brand new buildings. And the entire time I was on the school board, the difference between the municipality's construction and the school district's construction was pointed out to me very many times. The municipality generally does horizontal construction, roads, utilities, that sort of thing, while the school district's construction is generally vertical construction or buildings. Yes, the municipality occasionally builds a new building, and it is absolutely appropriate to require that new construction by the municipality be done to LEED standards. I have a big problem with allowing the school district to be exempted from new projects from meeting LEED standards when the majority of vertical construction in this community, in these public institutions, is by the school district. So I would prefer to see this rewritten so that the ASD is included in the new construction section. Renovations have always been a huge issue with the school district in terms of keeping them in line in cost, and I can understand some exemptions being allowed there. But I have a big problem with exempting the school district from LEED certification in new construction.
Ms. Drummond, are you proposing an amendment?
I would like to, but it would require some major rewrites of this document, and I'm not certain I can do that right now.
Okay. Mr. Begich.
Heather, you want to start and then I'll follow.
Actually, through the chair, Ms. Drummond, we do have a proposal for you should you wish to, or we do have some language for you should you wish to include, not exclude the school district. And Randy Virgin has that language if you'd like to take a look at it. We think it's relatively simple.
Thank you. I'd be happy to look at it.
And along with that, Madam Chair, if I can just make a comment, I was in the queue, and I don't know, do you have me in the queue, or you want me to respond to Ms. or both?
Both, whichever works best for you.
Well, Randy, maybe you could just pass that out. I know that was kind of in response to questions we had. We wanted to be prepared if there was a concern that folks have on that issue. But second, just a quick response, Ms. Osiander, and I appreciate the idea of guidelines from a municipal standpoint, but the reality is we should step up to the plate, do what I think is right. I think this group has worked very hard. And it was generated, the majority of this idea was generated from the private sector. Private sector folks who recognize the future of building in our community and building around this country, which creates new standards of quality and fuel or efficient buildings. And I think what you have in front of you is a very good balanced proposal that creates incentives for the private sector, no mandates, but really puts a statement for us as a community that we are going to build our buildings more efficient, more fuel efficient, and save taxpayer money over the long haul. So I would hope that we would not weaken this ordinance in any form, but move it forward. And I think the end product, years from now, people will look back and see this as the wise move of this assembly and the administration and the community for stepping to the plate and making sure that long-term costs that are saddling many of these buildings. I mean, the reason we tore down Clark was because not only was it old, but it was totally inefficient, power-wise, the ventilation systems, the energy systems. They were all just very inefficient, costing a ton of money. It's the same reason we are struggling with our Health and Human Services building right now and why the costs are so expensive. It is a totally inefficient building. And I can guarantee you back then when these were built, they were of the standard. And what we are doing here is reaching beyond where we are today and thinking about the future so we can cut the cost of operations, which is critical. When you think of a $65 million facility like Clark, give or take $1 million or $2 million, and the investment of $50,000 to ensure the certification of its quality and ensuring that it meets the standards that are set forth to save energy and taxpayer money, it's a good investment. I think in the museum, which is a $100+ million project, and Randy might remind me, I think we spent maybe a couple $100,000 for that process to certify, ensure the systems are energy efficient, and we have follow-up, which is critical to this process. That's going to save, again, you'll see those savings very quickly over a very short time. Guidelines are great until the contractor starts building, and then they get cheap on them, and we pay the price later on. And it's good to set the standard by law so we know that we're doing the right thing with the taxpayers' money, ensuring that not only are we doing the right thing on the front end, but for 10, 20, 30, 50 years down the road as these buildings continue to operate, that we did it on the right end for the operations, that they are efficient and saving taxpayer money every single day. The best part of this ordinance, I have to say, Madam Chair, and to the Assembly, is this was driven predominantly by the private sector. Folks came to us from the private sector, architects, builders, folks who are managing these buildings, and trying to figure out what we can do as an incentive to the private sector, but also how to look at our buildings. These are folks that pay a lot of property taxes. When you look at the commercial buildings in this town and home builders, they pay a lot of property taxes in this town, and they saw the value of ensuring that municipal buildings are to the highest quality in the sense of efficiency and energy efficiency. So I would encourage you not to soften it up, but that stay the course, put it where it is today, and if you want to consider school district components, we don't object to that, but we recognize they have some issues. But again, these are public investments for the long haul. Thank you.
Ms. Handyside, I've got you signed in. Do you still want to speak? Thank you. Mr. Coffey.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions just about the ordinance itself and the way in which it's structured. If you look on page 3 of 4 at the top, lines 2, 3, and 4, that subsection B, it's under renovation and all project where sustainable building standards are appropriate. Evaluation criteria for procurement of design services shall include experience with sustainable design. Why is that only under renovation? In the school district, it's under on pages, on line, same page, line 15 through 17, it's in all construction for the school district. For us, it's only under renovation. Wouldn't you want to have that experience be both for new and renovation?
Randy, do you want to respond to that? And I think I have an answer to, but go ahead, Randy.
Mr. Coffey, through the chair, that section B is essentially a recognition that renovation projects can be a lot harder to achieve that LEED certification. And so we wanted to leave some flexibility specifically for renovation projects. But for new construction, it's much more clear to meet that standard if you know going in up front of the building that you're required to meet it. So Section A is the standard for new construction, and Section B is that flexibility for renovation.
Well, it's not flexibility. It says that for renovations, you have to have done it before. But you don't have to have done it before for new construction. That's what it says, right? So I just wondered why you wouldn't want someone with experience in this doing it before. You're telling me it doesn't take anything special to do it from the beginning.
Oh, okay. You're talking about Section B.
No, I'm talking about B. For project was sustainable,
right.
To evaluate who you're going to hire,
right.
They've got to have experience.
Okay.
Where does it say that in A under new stuff?
Right. It's presumed if you're going to do a LEED project, your design team is going to have that experience. And so it's really an inferred assumption in Section A.
Mr. Coffey, may I make a suggestion here? I think your point is an interesting one, and that the quickest way to solve that, because I think our assumption is under new construction this would be an automatic. Right. But the way to do that is just retitle it as a capital C and then re-letter the rest, so it actually becomes a standard for all.
Now you're talking.
And I'll make that amendment.
Second, Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So you'd make that section C, and you'd make the rest of it D, E, F, and
Right, relabel them, so it's clear that what we're saying is, because I think what we did when we drafted this, and I think that's what Randy's point was, and it was a good point, that we assumed on the new construction that would be there, but what you're saying is, let's make sure we state it so it's clear.
Would you restate the amendment specifically per line so that we know what these...
And Mr. Coffey, if I get off here, you let me know, but page 3 of 4 on line 2, little b, small b, would turn to C, large, capital, and then the remainder, C, D, E, F, would be relabeled to be C, let's see, C would turn to D, D would turn to E, E would turn to F, F would turn to G. Does that make, so I'm just trying to...
No, you're right. I understand.
Yeah. That, Mr. Coffey, was that your intent too?
Yes.
Okay.
So if we're going to build new or we're going to renovate, it would be a good criteria in the procurement of the professional services that they include experience with sustainable design, would seem to me.
Is there any discussion on the amendment? Is there any opposition to the amendment? Hearing no opposition, the amendment passes.
Thank you. I have a little more, Madam Chair, if I might.
Yes.
All right. Here is one of the questions that I was concerned about in renovation. When I read the package, I saw that many of the cities had square footage limits before it came into effect. And one of the things is you talk about renovation in buildings where the city is leasing or renting, which would mean, to me, they would probably be private sector facilities. You're renting a small office here or there. And one of the things that I saw here in the list of what the other cities had done was, if you look at them quickly, it's in the memorandum attachments, but Minneapolis did 5,000 square feet. Greenberg, Kansas, I guess, did 4,000. 5,000 in Seattle, 10,000 in Salt Lake City, 5,000 square meters in Vancouver, which I have no idea how many square feet that is, and so on. And I was wondering why, if Maryland did 5,000 square feet and so on, why wouldn't we? It seems to me that the larger the scale of the building, the greater the likelihood that we achieve some of the substantial savings recommended in this, or presented in this matter. So, but if you're talking about requiring it in some of the smaller facilities we have, aren't we really risking, in renovation circumstances, aren't we really risking driving up the price substantially and not gaining much by doing so? And I don't know that, but I'm wondering why all these other cities had square footage minimums.
Let me see. Randy, do you want to try to attempt to answer that, or you want me to try? I'm sure I can, but I'll try. I think the goal here was, and again, Mr. Coffey, it's an interesting point because other cities use some square footage minimums. I think when we looked at most of our building or stuff we do, at least during my time here, I'm trying to remember any project under 5,000 square feet. I mean, we're doing major projects. I mean, I think of the Eagle River Center as an example. I think of the library renovation out in Mountain View is a big project. The one down in Girdwood is a big project. I mean, 5,000 is a, but I think if you're asking the question, is there a minimum we can insert in order to kind of just have a kind of a cost measurement? Randy, you want to add to that? Because I think we can take a few minutes to discuss that, but Randy?
I think it's a fair question, and I would entertain setting some level that makes sense.
Can you give us a little bit on that?
Well, I can certainly come with a suggestion, but here's my question. If the city is leasing in some areas, which is what we're talking about, and we're renovating, say, to put up new walls and stuff, new partitions and things like that, which are standard tenant improvements, and I don't know, the real estate services could probably tell us how much is rented. It's in the 3,000 or 4,000 or 5,000 square foot range. Do you want to impose the requirement of the LEED in a circumstance where we're signing a 2 or 3 year lease?
Right, short-term lease, yeah.
Yeah, short-term lease for 4,000 square feet of a building, and all of a sudden, instead of paying $2 a square, you're paying $4 a square because it's really a lot of money to achieve any of the goals. I don't know. Maybe we don't rent space that small.
It's pretty thin. Can you give us a little bit of time on that, Mr. Coffey? Because I think the answer is, we don't have a lot. I mean, the stuff sometimes in those small spaces might be a substation for a police department. Those ones we have are very small. But a lot of what we rent is fairly significant in City Hall, good example. I mean, we rent it. But give us on F Street.
May I suggest that the Assembly takes some, the administration takes some time with this, and we'll come back. There are several people in the queue, and we could just come back to you, Mr. Coffey.
I'll save the other questions.
Thank you.
I've taken enough time. Thank you.
Mr. Drummond? Ms. Drummond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Virgin handed me a proposed way to handle the exception for the school district, and I would like to move to delete, subsection C as currently printed. I think we changed it to D a few minutes ago on page 3 of 4, starting on line 6. Delete that entire section, capital C, and subsections 1, 2, and 3. Yes, sir.
Is there a second for that motion? She moved it. So you need to move, you need to take the action. And Ms. Jackson, thank you. It's been moved and second that we remove delete the section C starting from on page 1 and page 1 line 6. Is that correct?
Page 3.
I'm sorry.
Page 3.
It's the original C. Is there any discussion?
I'd like to speak to my motion, Madam.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. The municipality includes the Anchorage School District, at least as far as the ownership of buildings is concerned. So the first two sections, A and B on page 2, would continue to cover the Anchorage School District, and including the using guidelines for renovation, but not requiring a complete LED certification for renovation. And I urge support.
So I just want to clarify, didn't C become D, so we are deleting D. Okay. So we're actually deleting section D.
The section beginning with the words Anchorage School District, new construction or renovation.
Is there any further discussion? Yes, Ms. Osiander, on the amendment.
Well, as you know, I talked about this a lot at the work session, and people didn't seem to be agreeing with me then. So it's kind of interesting that we've switched positions. The reason I did that, though, is I had a conversation with Mr. Amsden, and I noted he just walked out in the hall. Is it possible to get him in here so that you could hear the conversation or paraphrase the conversation that I had with him? Thank you very much. My understanding is the school district, when they use these as guidelines, are building to that high standard. So, Mr. Amsden, would you mind coming down?
Mr. Amsden, could you come down? We have a few questions for you.
If I could, can I defer that to Mr. Kalis?
I can't. Oh, Mr. Michaelis for moral support, is that what you said?
Can I defer that question to Mr. Kalis, and I'll certainly
All right, but
stand by.
You're the one that convinced me, Mr. Amsden.
George Michaelis, Assistant Superintendent at the Anchorage School District, and thank you for the opportunity. What is the specific question?
You heard the amendment on the floor.
I did.
Now, the conversation that I had earlier with you led me to believe that you did incorporate a lot of these standards as guidelines. You did call for these standards to be used in your design teams. Could you talk to the Assembly about that so that they have the same background I do? And I'd also like you to give your opinion of the amendment on the floor, which basically would require you to certify all your buildings.
Thank you. The school district basically has been using the LEED requirements since about 2001 on all of our facilities that we've gone in and built, especially our new ones. In our major renovations or renewals, we've also applied the same standards. The architects and the engineers that we basically hire, we require them to also be familiar and be competent in LEED. As we pointed out in the document that we provided to you earlier today, you can see in there that it's not just LEED agencies or criteria. There's also other criteria that the school district has been following. For example, Department of Energy has criteria that we follow for our energy efficiencies. And there's several other agencies on there as well that's listed in that document. And we have been doing that. One of the issues, and I don't want anyone to think in any way, shape, or form that we do not support LEED, because we do support it. And we also support all the other energy efficiencies out there that can make our projects a better project and less energy demanding. We worked with the committee, and there was a lady that came up here and spoke earlier this evening, and we did work with that committee on the ordinance that you have before you prior to the amendment, as well as with the administration. One of the concerns that we have is that during the construction process, if you look at the different criteria that's required for LEED, not all of them apply to Alaska. They just don't apply. And one of the concerns that we have, we could get ourselves into a situation where in order to apply something of one of these standards, the economic benefit, because of the cost of the standard, may not pay for itself or amortize itself over a reasonable period of time. Because if you look at all the different criteria in the menus that you have to pick from, there are some that are very easy to do. But there are some that are very, very expensive. And so you have to weigh and do a cost-benefit analysis and say, okay, if we go to pure LEED, what is that going to cost us? And at the end, in operational maintenance savings, what are we going to save? And is it reasonable to achieve those savings after 30 years, 20 years, or whatever? Now, again, no one is saying from the school district that we don't support LEED. We really do, because it's the right way to go. All we're asking for is some latitude that when we get to a situation, which is very possible, that at least there is a way to make a common sense decision at the point of where we are. Now, whether it is the way that's written right now, or whether you set up a mechanism where if there is a conflict, and the school district has grave concern, that they can go to the building official and have the building official basically make a decision. All we're asking for is not that it's just carte blanche, you have to do it, but at least have some type of an out, because there are peculiar requirements for schools that we basically are required to fulfill. And, we want to save an operational cost, we want to save the environment just like everybody else. But we're just asking that there be some type of a mechanism. Now, whether it's the decision of the district or the building official, who we're tasked to make an awful lot of decisions, throughout the year, that's okay with us as well. It's just that there's some type of latitude. That's all we're saying.
Ms. Osiander, do you have any further questions?
The buildings that you build now, you require your design teams to use the LE,
yes,
whatever.
And other criteria as well.
Okay, plus the energy efficiency requirements from the state.
That's correct, and the federal government.
Could you detail, the design team has to have it, they're basing the criteria, their reference guide, what does that mean, the reference guide? How does that translate into the project?
Okay, the reason that you guys are behind me, because I'm going to pull one of them up to answer that specific question.
Sure. Ray Emsden. We have, over the years, developed design criteria. I think that's what you're referring to. And we've got sections that pertain to mechanical systems, electrical systems, and those kinds of things. And they are designed to be efficient, function well in schools, and they're tuned to our needs. And so our designer is charged with respecting those design guidelines and incorporating those in every project that they do for us. I think that's really the essence of what your question is.
But they're based on federal guidelines and LEED as well.
Correct, yes, yes.
I'll yield for other people with questions.
Are there any? I have a question for Mr. Vacalis. Mr. Vacalis, you mentioned that there are items in the lead requirements that aren't appropriate for this environment, that actually don't pencil out. Did you identify those with the administration? And it would seem to me if they're not appropriate in this environment for schools, they may not be appropriate in this environment for other buildings. So I'm wondering how that discussion was addressed with the administration. Did you point those things out specifically to the administration?
Did you?
I wasn't part of those discussions with the administration and pointing out specific issues, but
examples were given, but not all of the specifics. There's a whole bunch of items here that's identified.
Could you identify yourself, please, for the record?
Sorry, Mike Price with the Anchorage School District.
Thank you.
And there's issues in here that I think on a project-specific basis always have to be evaluated. I mean, there's issues related to innovative ways to do wastewater technologies, like waterless urinals, let's say, for example, that currently are not allowed to be utilized in the city of Anchorage, okay? And those are things that will develop over time, and when they are, then those things can be incorporated.
Another example is, for example, one of the lead things that you get credit for is that the material that you use basically has to be either manufactured or produced or cut down or whatever, a natural resource within 500 miles of the construction site. Well, as you know, steel and most of our commodities are quite a ways away from the 500-mile radius.
Thank you.
That's an example.
Thank you. I'm just going to, because he's up here and raised this question, I'd like to ask the administration, do we have restrictions that materials have to be purchased within 500 miles?
No, the LEED process is flexible and dynamic. There's no one, there's no one set of standards for every building. It's a menu and it's a checklist, and the design team makes choices through that process. And you choose the elements that are going to score you the points you want to score that are appropriate for your building and your location. So, I think we're sort of past the point of figuring out if this is possible in Alaska. That's a fact. And I think what makes sense for the school district, I guess first I want to say that in no way are we in an adversarial relationship with the school district. I actually want to commend them for being early adopters. Their policy is really strong, and they speak well to these standards. And in fact, they've stated that Clark Middle School meets the standard of a LEED certified and probably a LEED silver building. So for all those reasons, I think they deserve to be commended. We do think that taking the final step to achieve certification is worthwhile. It's a third-party guarantee that you got what you paid for. It's the same reason you have building inspectors go into a building and make sure that what was on the drawings is what ends up, being in the building. Let's look at Clark Middle School just as an example. And again, I want to commend the school district. They did a great job on Clark, and they do a great job overall. So in no way am I seeking to be critical. But this was a $65, $70 million building. LEED certification, that paperwork cost, they estimate was about $48,000, which is not insignificant. But as this ordinance is written, if the school district was included in the requirement, they would be eligible for essentially $28,000 in permit reimbursements at a LEED certified level. So that brings down the cost of that paper to essentially 0.03% of the total cost of the building. So if you look at it in that light, clearly it's doable in Alaska, and clearly, I think the school district could work either way in either draft of this ordinance, and we'd be happy to support either draft of the ordinance.
Madam Chair,
I'd like to,
I wanted to follow up. If I
yes, Mr. Mayor.
And I want to put it also in even more stark. And again, I agree that the school district and the administration has been working very closely on this. But in dollars, that's about, if you figure it's a 30 to 50 year building structure, and it will last 30 to 50 years, because that's what they're building to as new standards. That's about $700 a year. That's it. But can these guidelines be flexible, just as Randy talked about? Yes. And let me give you an example. If they can build a LEED building, the Whaling Commission building in Barrow, Alaska, we can sure to heck do it here. I mean, that's the reality. So it is good standards. It's fair. The cost is minimal. The savings to the taxpayers. And again, I want to put it in perspective. $700, give or take, after they get their rebate for the building permit, over every year for the next 30 to 50 years, depending on the lifespan, is nothing for the benefit, because what you can say. But again, a Whaling Commission building in Barrow, Alaska. I'm just going to put that in perspective.
I'd like to move back to our list. Ms. Osiander, do you have any more comments?
Not to this amendment.
Okay. Mr. Flynn, do you have a comment to this amendment?
Just a quick question to the administration. If for some reason the school district had a project which, for whatever reason, they could not achieve LEED standards on despite their best efforts, could we as a body exempt that project from this requirement on a case-by-case basis?
Mr. Flynn, by ordinance you put in, by ordinance you can take out. But we also, I appreciate the idea of the Building Review Board as kind of an arbitrator on the end, you know, for things that may not work. I think we'd be open to that type of amendment for school district buildings. We'd be very open as a kind of an opportunity, because you sure don't want to, unless you want to deal with them. I know you deal with site plan now, but I would encourage you not to do that. But I think the idea of the building board is something that's worthwhile for us to insert into this as a review for those that make that create cost problems for them.
Thank you.
Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. As I understand this amendment, it would take out the provisions that Ms. Drummond identified on page 3, and in essence would make the Anchorage School District part of the municipality. And in other words, you could read in on page 2, line 21, the municipality, including the school district, shall construct, and go down the line. So if that being the case, if the municipality is held to the standard and the school district is held to the same standard, what I want to know, is there anything in the LEED certification, any aspect of it, of either Mr. Vacalis or other people at the school district or anybody at the administration, which would prevent such certification? Is there something going to stop them from getting it because we're 500 miles from the steel mill or so on down the line?
No, from our perspective. Randy, is that?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Sorry, from our perspective, no. There are existing LEED certified buildings in Alaska. So that
No. My question was, is there anything in the LEED certification that is going to prevent the school district from meeting that standard?
No.
Thank you. Mr. Vacalis?
Not directly. The only thing that I would say is that there is a cost associated with bringing things up to the LEED standard. And you could come to a situation where the cost of doing these extra things, even though in the long term, hopefully you'll receive the savings through operational costs, but during construction costs, it's more expensive. For example, it's estimated that it's about a 2% increase in the cost of a project to be certified, and if you go to the silver level, it's an additional 2% of the cost of the project. So that's about a 4% increase in the cost. Now, the analysis would be if it's a $60 million project, and if it's 4% of the cost to bring, the aggregate up to the LEED standard, then are you going to be able to amortize that over a reasonable period of time through savings in operational costs? And those are the analysis that you have to make. And every project is different. And so there's just so many unknowns that I would just encourage you to allow for some type of a mechanism, not only, I guess, for us, although I'm speaking for the school district, but, possibility of the city, too. If something was to come up that was unforeseen, at least you have a mechanism where it would receive some type of adjudication, and whatever the fallout is, but at least there'd be an opportunity to address it.
Well, okay, if I might follow up on that. You could say something along the lines, we'll meet LEED certification. You've used the words in the last line of your letter, where feasible. And what you could say is feasible is defined to be where over the life of the building, the anticipated operational savings are of an order of magnitude that you amortize the additional costs over 10 years, 5 years, 15 years, life of the building, anything you want to do. That puts you in the meet it unless you can demonstrate with a high degree of certainty that you can't meet it or that the cost of meeting exceeds your recovery and your savings. But when I see 2% or 4% additional costs on a $60 million building, that's $2.4 million, and I see 30% savings in utility costs on the other side, and that's only going to get better because utility costs continue to rise, I don't understand why we wouldn't want to try to be in the certification mode unless there's really an unusual circumstance.
That's all we're asking, Mr. Coffey, that there be some mechanism in case there is a problem. That's all.
All right, I'll try to work on that language here. Thank you very much.
Ms. Drummond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I heard Mr. Vacalis say that he would welcome a way to get out of it, a waiver through the building department. If the administration could write that waiver, that would be helpful.
I believe the mayor just agreed to be working on that, and I think Mr. Coffey and the mayor are talking about that right now.
Okay. And also, I would like to mention, I did take the school district's tour last week with a number of other people on a school bus to Clark Middle School and to Service High School, and I was very impressed with what I saw at Clark Middle School. It looks like a terrific project, and Service also looks beautiful.
Thank you.
Procedurally, I'd like to move the body along, and so what I would suggest is that we evaluate C with the intent of also bringing forward an additional amendment that will address the need for some sort of opportunity to have the condition evaluated or a waiver, and I believe that's coming forward to us right now. So,
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
If you would just move this to the bottom of the agenda for the evening, you'll give us a chance to work on it as you continue your deliberations. And I would expect that before the end of the night, we would be able to work with the district and other interested parties here and bring you back something that you could approve this evening.
Is there any objections to moving this item to the bottom of the agenda? Okay. All right. Then that's what we'll do, and we'll take this up as the last thing on the agenda. Thank you. That brings us to 14D, RA 2000-164, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $1,700,000 to an interfund loan for the Public Finance Fund 191 to the Anchorage Road.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing is now open on this item. Anyone wishing to speak, please come down.
Hi. For the record, this is Sarah Ellen Hutchison again on behalf of Alaska Center for the Environment, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak again tonight. And I am speaking on behalf of this ordinance. This is a great idea. We urge you to vote yes to replace about a quarter of the municipality's streetlights with the energy-efficient LED lights. 22% of energy usage in the United States is from lighting. And in our dark winters, our usage goes up and it's even worse. Municipalities are in a great position to address the energy crisis on a local level, and in a northern city like ours, we should be a leader in this effort. LED streetlights will also make our neighborhoods safer for pedestrians and for motorists. I was one of the lucky people who took the Green Lighting Bus Tour held in March, and I saw firsthand the incredible difference that an LED streetlight makes. Objects are more visible, and the sky above was left even darker. I would feel much safer driving on streets with LED streetlights. And minutes later, I was able to compare the LED lights to the conventional high-pressure sodium lights that we're looking to replace. And these old lights had almost a creepy quality to them. I would feel much safer walking alone at night under an LED light. This is a great investment for our environment and for the taxpayers. The upfront $1.7 million loan will be recovered in less than 7 years, and the city will then begin saving over $350,000 annually. And these lights will last 9 years, so you'll realize the savings over that 9-year period. LED light fixtures use half of the energy as the current light fixtures and last 7 times longer. Also, LED Roadway lights help to reduce the light pollution that obstructs the night sky and won't disrupt a good night's sleep in many neighborhoods like the old high-pressure sodium lights. So it's time for us to all see the light together and vote yes for LED street lights. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Mr. Flynn?
Ms. Oceaner, we're just consulting. Mary Ellen, would you please help us define spooky? Creepy, sorry.
Creepy. The way I define creepy is sort of an orange glow that makes everything a uniform, kind of a brown tone color. And so if some creepy person was going to jump out from, behind a bush, you wouldn't see them as quickly as you would under an LED light. To give you a layperson's reaction to LED lights, what they did is they put these cones out in the street under the LED lights, and they had one painted dark and they had one painted light. We are all supposed to stand out there without talking to each other and answer these questions about how could you see the light-colored cone under this light, how could you see the dark-colored cone, and you don't realize how poor your night vision is under the conventional lights until you see what it looks like under the new ones. And the high-pressure sodium was the last one in the menu of lights, and it was like, whoa, I can't believe how little I have been seeing in these neighborhoods.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? Seeing no more public testimony, I will now close the public hearing. What's the will of the body? Mr. Flynn, you've moved to approve, and Ms. Drummond has seconded. Any comment? Yes, Ms. Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's Gray Jackson. With that said, I've seen the light, in particular, in my district, and in the the Fireweed area in Latouche with that new project that, as a matter of fact, is really beautiful. I absolutely love it. And also the lights on the sound barrier fence in Northern Lights. And I'm excited about this, and I can't wait to see more LEDs throughout this city. And I'd also like to take a moment to commend the administration for what I term as some creative financing so that we can get this done and get this done now. Thank you.
Ms. Drummond. You're logged in. Mr. Baggage?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for having a consideration for this and having the work session and discussion on this item. But, when you look at these documents, sometimes you don't see all of the work that goes into it. You heard a little bit described here, but also Michael Barber, who's sitting up front here, has been working on this project, I want to say now, over a year, maybe longer, year and a half, and he has done some incredible work in helping us bring this project to light. The project we are working on, and hopefully you do approve this, this will be the largest single project in the country where people are looking and learning from what we have done, and we have learned from some great examples around the country of how to do this project the right way. Just that example of not only looking at the technical elements of the lights, but then getting the customer, the taxpayer's view, literally the view of the light, was critical. That is something that has not been done in other communities, and we think the combination of the two moves us down the path, making sure we have the right kind of lights, so after we install them, we're not getting, as Ms. Gray Jackson, thank you for your comments and noticing those lights, people complaining later and saying, well, what did you do? You got the cheapest, and now they're glaring me in my eyes. But the reality is this is another step to, one, involve the community, get a good project, and the bottom line is the payoff on these is 7 years or less. We're being very conservative about that, but the long-term benefit is less energy costs, less energy demand, which means less cost to the taxpayers on an annualized basis as these get paid off. So again, thank you for your consideration, and I hope that you'll find this something to be approved tonight.
Are there any further comments from the Assembly? I would just like to take this moment to thank the Mayor and the administration for bringing forward this item. It's been talked about since I was Planning Director. the issue of lights it's a real problem because I think a lot of people enjoy the sense of darkness and that contrast of light. And what these new light bulbs do actually, or these light fixtures do, is reestablish, I think, to some degree, a night sky that's not going to be pink from the distance. So I'm looking forward to it, and I'm really appreciative of the hard work that's going into it, and I'll plan to support it. I'd like to now, is there any objection to this item? Hearing no objections, this item passes. Thank you. Okay, and now I'd like to bring back 9D, I think it's 13.
Move to approve.
Is there any, is there, I believe there's no public comment on that, so is there any comment from the body? Hearing no comment, is there any objection? Then this item is passed. Okay, that takes us to 13K. The public hearing is, I believe we haven't had the public hearing is now open on 13K. Is there anyone in the audience that'd like to comment? Seeing no public comment, I will now close the public hearing. Is there any comment from the body? Is there a motion to approve? In a second? Thank you. I'd like to speak to this. This is something that's been near and dear to my heart, and I'd like to have the privilege of just noting that I brought this forward about 2 months ago and got an exceptionally good feedback, and I've worked extensively on it with the administration, and I also sat down with assembly members and got suggestions specifically on ways to improve it, and I'd like to propose an amendment I believe that you have before you. Does everybody have the amendment? It's actually been before you at every meeting for the last, I think, 4 meetings.
May I clarify? Are we looking at 2008-78S dated? I don't know what it's dated.
We're looking at 2008-78, and it's dated June 24. And there's an amendment before you.
August 12th?
August 12th, that's correct.
I mean, it replaces what we had before.
Basically, it amends the item. It amends the June 24th item. And instead of stating the June 24th item and lines 19 and 20 said will interfere with exercising the public trust, and the amendment changes that to say will diminish the public trust. It's a very little change. It came at the suggestion of Mr. Coffey. I thought it was a perfectly okay idea. Council indicated that the word diminished is used elsewhere in the code, and it was and public trust is also used elsewhere in the code. So, is there any comment on?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
My suggestion is that we just move to approve the S version.
Right.
But I believe what we have in our packet is the June 24th. So do you want to? I can do either one, but it was my understanding that we were amending the June 24th one. Okay, I'll ask council. I believe we talked about doing this 2 different ways, and I don't think it matters. I think the same outcome will occur. Ms. Tucker, have you got some advice?
Yes, I do. Through the chair, at your request, we did prepare an S version, and you would move to approve the S version.
Okay, I thought we talked about doing it the other way initially. That's fine. We've had it here a lot of
We've had it
times.
here very many times.
Yeah.
So ultimately, what's been presented several times is a 78S.
Okay, so then what we need to do basically is amend the
Don't
motion
amend-
to
through
say
the chair,
70.
You would introduce the S version and then move to approve the S version.
But we already have introduced the other version, so what?
And then at the
Point of
end,
order.
you won't, no, thank you.
Yes,
Move to substitute
Thank
the
you.
motion on the floor and instead have the S version ahead of us.
thank you. Is there any objections? So it's been moved and seconded to substitute the S version. Are there any objections? With that, we'll now discuss the S version that's before us. Are there any comments? Basically, what this item does is it positions us as public officials to disclose the fact that we have close associations, and it leaves up to the body of the determination of whether or not that association is so close that we should not be voting. And so I urge a yes vote. Is there any objection to this item? Seeing no objections, it passed. Thank you. Okay, we're back, I believe, now to our regular agenda, which is 13F. This is an 13F. So we've gone through the reordering of the day, and we're on 13F, AO 2088, an ordinance authorizing the purchase of 6 lots located in the Mountain View area of Anchorage from the Habitat of Humanity, from the Habitat for Humanity. Any public comment on this item? Hearing and seeing no public comment.
Move to approve.
Public hearing is closed. Is there any comment on this item? Hearing and Ms. Osiander.
I'd like to speak in opposition to this. It seems to me that Heritage Land Bank should focus on maintaining properties and selling properties when they benefit the public. I support certainly the work that is done by Habitat for Humanity, but I fail to see why the city has to buy these lots and instead would encourage them to offer them up to the private sector. I ask what specific municipal use could be considered for these lots, and basically was told that possibly sometime it could be a park, or possibly it could be an addition to Tyson Elementary School. I didn't hear the school district request that, and in fact there was some concern about its location of the lots and the adjacency to Tyson because of the slope. So at this point, I haven't heard enough to cause me to support the expenditure of $27,786.
Thank you, Mr. Birch.
Yeah, I won't be supporting this either for the reasons noted. And again, I think the municipality, there's a cost associated with banking and managing these lands, in addition to the cost of actually purchasing them. And I think if we've got a subdivision that hasn't been fully developed, I mean, I've actually have some concerns about the city actually accepting vacant lots sometimes, even at no cost. But I don't see where there's any really community benefit in this acquisition, and won't be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd like to withdraw my motion to approve. And if Ms. Gray Jackson is willing to accede to that request, move to postpone consideration on this matter to our August 19 meeting.
Ms. Jackson?
That's fine, thank you.
Are we allowed to do that in minutes? Okay, so before us is the motion to postpone this item till our August 19th meeting. Is there any comments? Ms. Osiander?
I object. I don't know what additional information we'll gain that merits this. There was no rationale given for postponement. I think this simple, straightforward matter, we can deal with it tonight.
Mr. Flynn, did you have a comment?
Well, I would simply offer to Ms. Osiander, I scored relatively high on my math SATs, and I can count. Hence my request.
I think that's a reference to the short body this evening. Mr. Birch, did you have a comment? Are there any other comments? Okay, seeing no further comments, what's the will of the body? It looks like we need to take a vote on this. Okay, so, Madam Clerk?
Postpone it with 19.
I'm postponing.
Ms. Fred Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Birch? Dr. Selcraig?
Yes.
Ms. Drummond?
Postpone.
To postpone to the 19th?
Yes.
Ms. Osiander?
No.
Excuse me. I need to change that to no.
Ms. Drummond changed to a no.
Ms. Osiander?
It was a no also.
Mr. Flynn?
Yes.
Ms. Johnston? Ms. Johnston?
Where is she? Middle of the night in Vermont.
Yeah. Mr. Coffey?
No.
Madam Chair, that failed.
Move to approve AO 2008-88.
Second.
Are there any comments?
Yes. I'm sorry. I was in the back working on this thing for the school district and the LEED, and I missed some of the debate. But as I understand it, the reasons against this is that we're spending $28,000 to acquire property that is basically unusable, and no one has been able to demonstrate what benefit would accrue to us from owning it. And so if somebody could tell me that, I might. It's not that much money for 6 lots, but I understand it's like 6 lots that are not perpendicular, but pretty close. So why are we doing it?
It seems to me that that's a question for the administration, Heritage Land Bank.
To the chair and Mr. Coffey, thank you for the opportunity to explain what this purchase is all about. Habitat for Humanity purchased 10 lots, and they intend to build on 4. And they offered the remaining 6 lots, which are unbuildable, to the municipality because they are adjacent to Tyson School, elementary school. It was felt that this was a proper purchase for the municipality to add to either the schoolyard or to parks for open space. It's the mission of Heritage Land Bank to acquire land, not to make money, but to offer for parks and open space for the enjoyment of the municipality. So it was felt that this would be a proper purchase, and certainly the price was right. In fact, the Habitat for Humanity will be taking a loss by selling these 6 lots to the municipality. So we're buying them at less than the Habitat for Humanity's costs. No, there are.
I don't mean with Heritage Land Bank. I mean Habitat for Humanity. They stay with them, right?
That's correct.
And what are they going to do if we don't buy them?
There is no market for these properties. They are unbuildable properties.
That's not what I asked. I asked, what are they going to do with them if we don't buy them and bail them out?
I don't consider this a bailout, but it is, and there probably is no market for them or other individuals that they might give the property to.
So the answer is you don't know what they're going to do.
That is a consideration. They could make a donation, I suspect, to the
No, I'm sorry.
municipality.
I don't mean to belabor it, but my question is, do you know what they're going to do if we don't?
No.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there any further comments? Hearing no further comments, what's the will of the body? It looks to me like we need to vote. Could the clerk please take the vote?
Mr. Coffey? No. Mr. Birch?
No.
Dr. Selcraig?
No.
Ms. Drummond? No. Ms. Osiander?
No.
Mr. Flynn?
No.
Frighten me. Ms. Johnston, are you with us? Mr. Coffey? I'm sorry.
You can vote twice.
I believe you missed Ms. Ray Jackson.
No. Ms. Gray Jackson, you vote no?
No.
Okay. Okay. That failed.
Point of personal privilege, Madam Chair. Could we determine if Ms. Johnston is online or not? And if she's not, maybe we could cease her participation so we could use the screen?
Do that as soon as
Cool. Thank you.
Ms. Johnston, we're assuming you're not there.
Thank you.
You better do it, I think. Okay. All right. So based on that vote, the motion fails. That moves us to 13G, Resolution AR 2008-11, a resolution naming the features of the Anchorage Museum Rasmussen Center. Any public comment? Please, the public comment is now open. Please come down. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Jed Whitaker. I suspect that you're going to approve this in much the same way that the naming of the soccer field at Kincaid Park was named after ConocoPhillips. I honestly don't think you all have thought too much about the naming of municipal facilities. And my take on it is you guys seem to think that because somebody gives some money that they ought to have something named after them, which, you know, I can understand that, but if you kind of follow through with the principle of that, would you rename the municipality of Anchorage Vico Exxon if Vico Exxon said, hey, we'll pay for your maintenance costs and your operation costs for the next 20 years? And so it's something to think about. I think this naming is basically giving free advertising once again to ConocoPhillips and BP, when in fact the lion's share of the money for these facilities is coming from public coffers, and it's not coming from ConocoPhillips or, in this case, BP or Catherine Reynolds or Sister Space or the Gottsteins. There seems to be this kind of attitude that, well, because some private contributors gave some money, we need to name something after them, when in fact most of the money that came for these projects is public money. And so I think you should think some more about the process of naming public facilities after large donors. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whitaker. Any questions? Mr. Birch has a question for you. please come back and answer.
I couldn't quite read what your shirt was named after.
Lusac Library. It's a LL. Isn't that ironic?
Is it? It looks good. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak? Please come forward. State your name for the record.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Assembly members. My name is Chris Swalling, and I'm here to speak in support of the resolution this evening. I'm here today as a member of the Museum Foundation. I'm here as a member of the Museum Building Committee, and I'm here as the chair of the naming committee, which the mayor and this body appointed relative to this particular project. We spent considerable time considering the opportunities of naming spaces within the museum. It was instrumental in a very successful fundraising campaign, of which there was nearly $19 million raised from private sector relative to the museum, added to the $50 million of private contribution made by the former Elmer Rasmussen, and so the majority of this project is from private funding, not from public funding. And our committee unanimously supported the recommendations that are represented within the resolution, and we urge your support, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Swalling? Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? Please come down. Did you have a question on the last speaker, didn't you? Did you have a question, Mr. Birch?
Merely wanted to commend the naming committee for the hard work and effort. I know it's always a challenge getting everything sorted out, and it looked very well put together and looked like you put a lot of positive energy into it. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to speak? Seeing and hearing no more public testimony, the public testimony is closed, the public hearing is closed, and what's the will of the body? Is there a second? So Mr. Coffey has moved and Mr. Birch has seconded, and for some reason it's not working here. Our machine, there it is. Got it. Thank you. Thank you. Are there any comments or discussion? I've got Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. I appreciate the work of the committee. Thank you very much. I just asked my colleague, and because I was curious as to why we wouldn't recognize those folks who have made some contributions to our community, be they corporate or individual and so on. And frankly, I can't come up with any reason why we wouldn't acknowledge them and thank them and do it in a public manner, which requires the sort of thing that we're doing here. The contribution level from the private sector and private individuals is just magnificent in this community from everything I've seen. And I like to recognize it, and I like to thank them, and I'd like to approve this resolution as written. Thank you.
Ms. Drummond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too am in support of this resolution. There are not very many museums in the world that do not have multiple features and galleries named after donors and private individuals. Art requires a lot of funding, whether it's public or private or a combination of both. And I appreciate the community that's come forward to support our fabulous expanded museum, and appreciate that we need to thank them publicly in such a way. And this is not out of the ordinary. Folks, don't stay in Anchorage for the rest of your lives. Go visit museums in the other parts of the world, and you'll see that there's plenty of galleries named after donors.
Mr. Coffey, did you have a comment? You actually reappeared. I deleted twice. If there are no other comments, I'd like to make a few comments myself, and that is that I think we have to think of Rockefeller Center. There's just a variety of, if you go to great theaters and great museums and great plazas in the world, they are often named by people who made significant contributions to the development of the site. That said, I don't think it diminishes us the opportunity at times also to name facilities and public facilities after people who don't donate money. But in this case, I'm appreciative of the work that the committee's done, and I'm going to be supporting it, and I thank you for the good work and the names that you brought forward. If there are no more comments, what's the will of the body? Is there any objection to AR 280-111? No objection? This item is passed. Thank you. We're now looking at AR 2008-78, an ordinance amending the municipal code, section 10.
Waive reading.
Thank you.
It's 87, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
You said 78.
Thank you. Thank you. So the public hearing is now open on this item. Are there any comments or observations from the public? Seeing and hearing no comments, the public hearing is now closed. What's the will of the body? Is there a second?
Second.
And are we, again, why aren't we showing up on what's happening that we've got a problem with this because, okay. So it was moved by Mr. Coffey and seconded by, was it Mr. Birch who seconded?
I did.
Mr. Flynn. Is there any comment?
Well,
I'm sorry. Is the public hearing is now open. Are there any comments from the public? We've done that. Oh yeah, we've done that. Okay. So now back to where we are. Is there any comments on the part of the Assembly? Hearing and seeing no comments. Are there any objections to this item? Hearing no objections, this item is approved. Thank you. Our next item is 2008-85, an ordinance amending the Anchorage Municipal Code section 3120-020 to revise the requirements of payment for the dividend from the Anchorage
waive reading.
The public hearing is now open on this item. Please come down.
Madam Chairman and members of the Assembly, my name is Butch West. I'm the chairman of the AWW Board, and I appreciate the opportunity to address this issue tonight. Title 31, which created the AWW Authority, has a requirement that both utilities be managed to make dividend payments to the municipality. And currently we're not in a financial position to make that happen. So to address that issue, we, as the utility and the board, have embarked on a fairly extensive development of a long-range financial plan, which is still ongoing. But in consideration of the specific language addressing dividend payments, the board concluded that the prescriptive portion of it was actually too restrictive, and we crafted the proposed amendment to this ordinance for your consideration tonight to give more flexibility to the board to make these dividend payments. And we urge that you approve these changes. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. West. I appreciate you coming down this evening. It's my understanding that AWW is currently under an RCA-imposed dividend restriction. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I will tell you, I had a little trouble with this one. I tend to support devolving decision-making down to the board level. However, I'm hesitant to do that. I'm hesitant to remove the criteria we have in place until we have a track record of demonstrating that we can hit these standards before we then devolve and give you a little more flexibility. Is there a particular reason that now is the time to devolve that responsibility to the board, or would you be substantially injured by waiting for a year or two and getting sort of in the good graces of the RCA again?
Well, we're clearly not in a position to even make the consideration for a dividend payment to the municipality. So I think the way I look at this is just part of one of the many steps in the process that we're going to be going through. And during the budget cycle, we'll clearly be having discussions with the Assembly on where our long-range plan is taking us. And so this is a step in that process.
Okay, I'm sorry, I probably gave you too much preface to my question. Is there a reason we have to do this now, or would it be particularly harmful to your planning process to wait for a year or two to do something like this in changing the ordinance?
In my personal opinion, it wouldn't be harmful to wait.
Thank you.
Are there any other, Mr. Coffey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had some discussions with your general manager about this, and I think I understand the restriction a little bit better. But it seems to me we're substituting one set of more generalized criteria for some very, very specific criteria. I mean, an example is on line 40 and 41. It says 65-35% ratio debt equity. And now, I know it's the current. That's what's being deleted. And what we're talking about up here, and we say up above, it's debt equity ratio. What are we trying to achieve with this change? Are we trying to get to paying a dividend, and does the old language prevent that? Or what are we trying to get to?
Well, the intent of the amendments to the current ordinance is to provide more flexibility, and the conclusion that was reached is that a 65-35 may not be the criteria. We may be in a different debt equity position that would not be as prescriptive as this one, that would still allow us to make a dividend payment.
Okay. How does this relate to the current issues we're having with regard to MUSA? Is this an effort to trying to replace a dividend with a MUSA, assuming that there's an adverse decision in the court, or how does that relate?
It has no bearing on MUSA. Like I said at the beginning, Title 31 requires that we manage the utility to make a dividend payment to the municipality.
Right.
So we need to get to that point.
On that point?
I yield to Ms. Osiander.
Just on that point, but potentially, if the dividend did occur, it could go into maybe offsetting that MUSA liability, couldn't it?
Yes, it could.
Thank you.
And if I could continue now, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr.
What will this, I want to make sure I understand. In order to pay a dividend, do you need the approval of the Regulatory Commission of Alaska?
We will need to have the dividend restriction lifted for both utilities. And that will take, both utilities are currently under a dividend restriction.
It could lift for one and not the other.
They could.
Okay. So, and that requires RCA approval.
Yes, it does.
And you believe that you're in a better position with this ordinance to argue in favor of a dividend because it is more flexible. For a lifting of the dividend restriction, it's a more flexible approach.
I haven't given that consideration, but that could be part of the argument, yes.
Thanks.
Mr. Birch.
Thanks for some of that additional explanation. Just in round numbers, how does the dividend and the intergovernmental charges that are how do those relate percentage-wise to the gross revenue at the water and sewer utility? I mean, is it? I mean, I don't recall having a good feel for that in going through the budget this year, but.
Well, we're not making dividend payments now, and part of the planning process we're going through is, one, how much dividend could we pay in the future, and two, when could we pay it? And that hasn't been decided yet. And we have lots of different options, but I think what we're seeing now, dividends probably won't be available for a number of years, 3 to 5 years in that range.
Yeah, I guess one of the concerns I have is that you have enough retained earnings so that you can actually build and maintain and keep the facilities operating that you do have, and I for one am not really supportive of extracting dividends out of a utility operation when you need to have that capital there to keep your plant and equipment operating to an optimal purpose. So just as an observation. So
those are the same challenges the board is facing as well.
Yep. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Oh. Ms. Osiander.
I wonder if Ms. Weddleton could clarify the driving impetus for doing this.
Through the chair, thank you for the opportunity to speak on this measure. I would like to point out to the Assembly that removing some of this technical language would actually offer a side benefit to the utility. when you look at the current requirements to pay a dividend, some of the current requirements are not particularly helpful to manage the utility well. For instance, right now, before the utility could pay a dividend, it would be required to maintain, after the dividend was paid, 180 days of operating cash. And that is a whole lot of cash that could instead be used to pay down debt. So by removing this language, not only could we offer ourselves more flexibility to pay a dividend, but the utility could better manage its finances by not holding on to half a year of operating cash in lieu of paying down its debt. And additionally, right now, by requiring a 65-35 debt-to-equity ratio every single year before you can pay a dividend, it causes an odd impact upon the operations of the utility. What it does is it forces the utility, in order to pay a dividend, to actually try to time its bond sales so as to not materially impact changes in that ratio. So it's an example of the tail wagging the dog, and by allowing the board to instead evaluate the financial circumstances of the utility instead of putting some arbitrary ratios that actually hurt the management of the utility, we end up with a better utility.
Ms. Osiander?
Thank you.
Ms., you were next in line. Did you have anything else to say, Ms. Whittleton? That's it. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Whittleton, could you please clarify, did I hear you say that you felt that if we didn't make this change, the utility would be unable to pay down its debt if that meant it had less than 180 days worth of operational cash reserves?
Yes, sir. In order to pay a dividend.
I'm not saying if you're paying a dividend. Did I hear you say that they could not pay down debt if, after paying down debt, they had less than 180 days of cash reserves?
They could hold less operating cash if they chose to, but then the municipality could not receive a dividend. This new language allows both advantages to occur.
Thank you.
Are there any other further comments?
One last question.
Mr. Coffey.
How did the board vote on this? Was this unanimous?
It was unanimous.
Thank you.
I think we'll take a vote on this item.
Thank you.
There's no further, excuse me, that's right. Any other comment? Any further comments from the public? Anybody else would like to testify? Hearing and seeing no further public testimony, I close the public hearing. What's the word? Well, thank you.
Move to approve.
Is there a second? Okay. Once again, I've got Mr. Coffey moving and Ms. Drummond seconding. Was that the intention, or that's what the board says? So I don't know which. Okay. So now it's corrected. Thank you. Is there any comments? Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I indicate, I'm a little uncomfortable moving forward on this. In general, it is my feeling that we should, in fact, devolve the decision-making authority to a board like the board of AWU. However, given the current circumstances where they are under a dividend restriction, I think it's appropriate to give them some time to get their feet back under them, meet some of these criteria, and then consider devolving the authority and loosening the language as they've requested here. As Mr. West stated, what we do here tonight is going to have no material effect on their ability to pay a dividend over the next several years. I think it's appropriate to wait a little while, and if we are then comfortable in a couple of years, take this step.
Thank you. Mr. Coffey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand Mr. Flynn's argument clearly, but I also have read this, and what I see is a more flexible approach to what might result in a dividend to the municipality rather than a less flexible set of criteria. What it seems to me, if I were to start from ground zero, which is what we're really doing since they can't do anything until they get that dividend restriction lifted, if I were to start from ground zero, I would take the ordinance as amended over the ordinance as previously written. If I were given a choice, which of these two do I want to pass, I'd take the new one because of the broad range of considerations, but not specific 65-35 and 50% of this and 180 days of that. So I'd like to give them what they worked hard to do. We established the authority a few years ago. I'd like to defer to the board absent good and strong reason for not doing it. And for those two reasons, I'll be in support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Mr. Birch.
To the administration, just how much does the 180 days of operational cash reserves that would, I guess, be freed up with this policy, how much does that amount to over the annual operating budget of the utilities?
Coincidentally, I was just looking at that number for the water utility, and by lowering operating cash to 45 days, which is a good business standard, next year the water utility can actually take $17 million of freed up operating cash and use it to either pay its operating expenses or to pay down debt or to delay the next bond sale. And let me offer one side comment. There was a comment about to give the utilities a little bit more time to get off their feet, but I would mention that the sewer utility in particular has been operating above the 65-35 debt-to-equity ratio for many years. In fact, at the end of 2007 and 2006, it was far above that ratio. So they've been financially healthy for some time now.
I guess as a follow-up, Madam Chair, does that cash reserve, I mean, it strikes me that there's a tremendous dollar value in plant and equipment with the water and sewer utility. Does that cash reserve provide a critical buffer, if you will, to meet any unanticipated major catastrophic costs?
Through the Chair, I would say no, sir. There are two types of cash that the utility holds. One is operating cash, which is generally used to pay the bills, payroll, electricity, fuel. The second is construction cash, which is used to pay for plant, which was the basis of your question. In both circumstances, this utility is a little bit luckier than an independent utility like Chugach Electric, in that if they ever had an unanticipated emergency, the municipality would simply loan them the money, as we have done in the past.
Okay. Thank you.
I assume you're signed in, but did you have another comment, Ms. Whittleton? Thank you. Are there any further comments? I would like the clerk to go ahead and take roll vote on this.
Could we vote on the machine?
Pardon?
Can we vote on the machine?
That's fine. Can we use the machine? Okay. Thank you. So let's vote. Okay. We now move to item 13J. It's AO 2008-80, an ordinance amending the Anchorage Municipal Code, Section 213502, establishing a land use definition for public health and safety laboratories and public safety.
Waive reading.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I had a conversation with Mr. Nelson earlier today.
Yes.
And he would like this postponed until Chapter 5 is adopted by this body of Title 21, because there's some language that doesn't jive appropriately. So I wanted to announce my intent to move for a continuation of this until we finish dealing with Chapter 5.
Thank you. So in terms of opening the public hearing, I will open it tonight, but I will assume that it'll be postponed, or there's a potential of it being postponed. With that in mind, I now open the public hearing. Is there anyone here who would like to speak on this matter? And if you do, please be aware of the comments Ms. Oceana just made. Hearing and seeing no public comment, I will not close this item.
Move to continue, and I don't, pardon me, Mr. Flynn is trying to send me messages here. I would move to postpone, and I was looking for Mr. Nelson. He's not here. My assumption would be that it could be postponed then, let's see, that would be the meeting after the one we do on the 5th. So what's the meeting after the 2nd? The 9th and the 16th.
The 6th.
The 9th of September.
The next
So you're moving to continue?
Continue the public hearing till September 9th.
Second, and then I have a question.
It's been moved and seconded that we move the hearing to September 9th. And Mr. Coffey, you have a question?
Is there, and this is to the administration, is there anything that's going to be held up by holding off on this for a month?
No, and I did speak, through the chair, I did speak to Mr. Nelson today about this item, and he was okay with postponing it.
Okay.
Thank you. And Ms. Handyside, I assume that's what you wanted to share with us here on my screen? Mr. Birch.
I just want to assure that we're not going to have any problems with our ranges, outdoor shooting ranges, with any of this rezone, this proposal, are we?
Madam Chair, Mr. Birch, do you mean the existing ranges will negatively impact them? I do not believe it will negatively impact them. Matter of fact, I want to say maybe 5 years ago, the Rabbit Creek one, for example, we passed, or you all passed a resolution that I sponsored, I think it was with Assemblyman Trainee, to reassure that location stays in place.
Great. Thank you.
Are there any further comments? Are there any objections to postponing this until September 9th, this item? Continuing this until September 9th? Hearing no objections, that motion passes. Was it September 16th? I thought you said September 9th.
No, it was the 9th.
Yeah, thank you. That takes us to 13K, AO 2008-78. I'm sorry. Oh, we did that. That's it. That's the one that would never leave me. Thank you. We're now on 14E. That's AR 2012-163, a resolution.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing is now open. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to testify? Please come down. Hearing and seeing no one to testify, the public hearing is now closed.
Move to approve.
Is there a second? Is there any comment? We're on 14E, and it's been moved by Mr. Flynn and seconded by Ms. Drummond, and we're now in deliberation. Is there any comments? Seeing and hearing no comments, is there any objection to this item? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I thought I just looked and it wasn't there. Sorry. Mr. Birch, thank you for calling that to my attention.
It references conformance to the Assembly resolution identifying. I think the only thing I didn't back check was the 5-year average on CPI increases. Everything else looked to be lined up. I just want to confirm that was lined up in the process.
I think that's a question to the administration.
And I think it is too. And yes, the answer is yes, Mr. Birch.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. So are there any objections to this item? Hearing no objections. AR 2008-166 is approved, and that moves us to 14G. We're at 14. Oh, because I'm sorry. AR 2008-166, a resolution of the municipal.
Waive reading.
Okay. The public hearing is now open on this item. Anyone interested in testifying, please come down. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, I'm Tamara DeLucia.
And I'm Scott Anaya, and we're just here to answer questions.
Okay. Are there any questions for these?
That'd be a whole other day. We've been talking about that a long time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, thank you both for coming down this evening. I presume you have in your hands a copy of Floor Amendment Number 1.
We do.
You are aware we have discussed, actually your husband and I have discussed the reasons behind it. Have you read it? Do you understand it? And are you comfortable with it?
Yes, we are.
We've both read it, yes.
Thank you. That's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I have a question. Hold it.
Mr. Coffey. Mr. Coffey.
Yes, thank you. I was looking at Floor Amendment Number 1, too. And what struck me was I remember when this was imposed back on Brown, this similar thing was imposed on Brown Jug a decade or more ago. Being in the business, are there 6-packs of beer that sell for less than $6 now?
No.
Okay. How much is the price of a 6-pack of the fortified beer, I forget what the name of it is, the one that's the beer of choice for the street people. You know which one I'm talking about?
No.
Well, the reason I ask these questions is we put prices in here a decade ago, and I'm wondering why we have the same prices and what we're trying to accomplish with this sort of pricing that is a long time old. If I suppose this, perhaps when we look at renewal and stuff, we might look at these again in more detail to bring them more in line with the requirement. I understand, Mr. Flynn, also that we're going to do the same kind of restrictions for the other two downtown establishments. Okay. Thank you. Good luck with this.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to testify? Hearing and seeing no further public comment, the public comment is closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded.
An amendment, Madam Chair, I'd like to bring.
And Mr. Flynn, would you go ahead?
Madam Chair, I'd like to move floor amendment number 1. Members should have a copy on their desk.
Second.
The clerk needs to catch up for a moment. So where are we? Their amendment is, what do you need? Are we good? Okay. Mr. Flynn, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be very brief. This is, as we discussed obliquely, these are the same restrictions that we've imposed on downtown wine and spirits and grape expectations, the exception being that we, as you recall, did not impose a staffing restriction on grape expectations that is on downtown wine and spirits, and we have removed the hours of operation requirement, which the Downtown Community Council endorsed. We will have resolutions in front of us next week that bring the other two conditional use permits into conformity with this one. And finally, to answer Mr. Coffey's earlier question, that there are 6 packs of beer less than $6, but they're not the kind that the homeless like because they're not ice beer.
There you go.
Ice beer comes in a 12-pack or a 24-pack.
Thank you.
And that's all for today.
Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. I will not ask Mr. Flynn as to his level of consumption of ice. However, I did want to make a statement here. Part of the problem that we sometimes put on businesses and for ourselves are the kind of restrictions that were found in this type of thing. At the time, this liquor store was being transferred across the street from the Captain Cook. It used to be in the Captain Cook Hotel. They lost their lease. Brown Jug moved it across the street a long time ago. Even at the time of the move, Brown Jug was recognized as one of our very best, if not our very best, purveyor and package store operator. And nonetheless, we put this and some other very onerous restrictions on them. To me, this is a backwards way of doing business. Don't sell 6 packs of beer for less than $6. Well, think about it. So, okay, it's $6.05, and they've just gone around us. What we need to do is inculcate in our people, and we have it, and we've done it, is a sort of a social responsibility that leads to the kind of operations that reflect the mores of our community and don't involve over-serving, sale to public inebriates, and that sort of thing. I'm going to support this amendment because that's where we are in the scheme of things, but I would urge us to be very much more circumspect in how we do it in the future if we are ever of occasion to do something like this again. So I appreciate all the things that Mr. Flynn has done to get all of this on a level playing field for all of these people, and I wish these folks all the luck in the world with their new business venture. Thank you.
Are there any other comments? Are there any objections to this resolution? Pardon?
The amendment.
Amendment? Hearing no objections, the amendment is passed. We're back to the main item. Is there any comments?
I may. Madam Chair, thank you. Just briefly to our new neighbors in downtown, as a fellow downtown business owner, welcome to the neighborhood. We look forward to seeing you.
Mr. Coffey, you already spoke. Are you done? Thank you. Okay. Hearing no further comments, outside of the box, you are outside of the box. No.
Sorry, Madam Chair, doesn't it show when I push request to speak?
Yeah.
And then I push withdrawal?
You were still up there. I don't know why.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah.
Because you didn't erase it?
Well, I erased you once, I thought. So anyhow, that's why I was checking. I'd rather not overlook you. I wanted to be careful. Hearing no further deliberation, is there any objection to this item? Seeing no objection, the item is passed, the resolution is passed, which takes us to 14G, 2008-157, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage accepting a U.S. Environmental Protection Agency grant in the amount of $3,563,400 for the fund.
reading.
Thank you. The public hearing is now open on this item. If there's anyone in the audience that would like to testify, please come down. Hearing and seeing no public to testify, the public hearing is now closed. What's the will of the body? Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Osiander has moved and Mr. Flynn has seconded. Is there any deliberation on this topic?
I just wanted to urge the body to support this. This project has been talked about for basically as long as I can remember. Back even on my school board days, we were working on this project, and it's well underway. I appreciate this coming before us tonight.
Thank you. Any other comments? Is there any objection to this item? Hearing no objection, this item passes, which moves us now to 14H, Resolution 2008-158, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage accepting and appropriating an Alaska Drinking Water Fund offer in the amount of $1,840,000 for financing. Is there anyone in the audience who'd like to comment? The public hearing is now open. Hearing and seeing no persons who want to speak, the public hearing is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Are there any comments? Hearing no comments. Are there any objections to this item? Hearing and seeing no objections, this item is passed. That brings us to audience participation. Oh, wait.
Madam Chair.
Oh, we've got to go back to
The lead.
Oh, right. Thanks for reminding me. I'm so quick to be over.
Move to bring 14C to the floor, Madam
Thank you,
Chair.
Mr. Coffey.
Second.
Is the administration ready with the proposed amendment?
And I've handed them out. You should have yours at your left elbow. There you go.
So we have that item on the floor, and I assume, Mr. Coffey, you're going to bring this amendment forward?
Well, it's what everybody else has proposed and what we discussed. And what I would do is move the entire thing at one time, and then we can discuss any aspect of it. It's called Amendment to AO 2008-93, and I would move those amendments.
Is there any discussion? Is there a second? So it's been moved and seconded, moved by...
Sorry, Madam Chair, I apologize. Point of order. I think we need to have Ms. Drummond and Ms. Craig-Jackson withdraw their previous motion that was on the floor when we had this in front of us prior to Mr.
My understanding was that actually do we have to withdraw that, or do we just postpone to later in the evening? So I think we already moved earlier.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I think Mr. Coffey saw this as a substitute amendment. I think that's what he was considering here.
Right.
And so procedurally, what's the steps that we need to do?
That's it. If this is a substitute amendment, it cleans the deck. I'm
This
sure that's what he was doing.
This amendment is intended to substitute for the discussion that was going on around the amendment that Ms. Drummond did to delete Section D.
So the question is do we just substitute it and not, we don't have to revisit?
If we agree to substitute, then we don't have to
So
deal
the motion is to substitute?
Yes.
Okay, and we've already got a second?
And Mr. Flynn, I think.
Mr. Flynn seconded? Okay.
And Madam Chair, I think if you got your screen on 14C, then you could recognize the movers.
I have it on 14C,
Okay,
and
thank
you're
you.
not there.
But every time I touch mine to go where you are, I go down to 14H.
It's twitching.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Now it wants first.
I think that the clerk can help me here. Can you?
Are you moving it?
Can you move? Are you on 14C?
Motion.
It's in there.
Dan, hit first motion. It's up. It's on mine.
I'm doing it.
I'm sorry.
It's in the area.
I'm not.
It already says.
Oh, okay.
14, I just want to make sure, okay, 14C.
Okay, so that I don't understand.
Mine doesn't show, but I'll
Can you help me here?
All right.
Is that going to get us where we need to be?
Are we supposed to be?
No, we're supposed to be on 14C, and we're... Is that correct, 14C?
Yes. Huh.
A, B. Okay, 14C1. Is that correct? That's all at 14? No, that's the document. So where?
Now we're on.
I touched that about 14 times. Now we're there? Okay, the clerk has to set that up so that I can get to it, so it's challenging. And I think it's a learning experience for all of us, definitely for me tonight. And I appreciate your patience. Okay, so we're on item 14C. Mr. Coffey has moved to substitute the previous amendment posed by Ms. Drummond, and Mr. Flynn has seconded it, and so now it's open for discussion. And Mr. Coffey, do you want to speak to the amendment, please?
Yes, thank you. The first one is in Section 1, and in essence makes it clear that when we say municipality, it includes the school district. It's found in two locations in Section 1, and I don't think there's anything substantively there. It's just clarity. The next one is in Section 1B, which was the 5,000 square feet discussion that I had, and that was, we were adding the words larger than 5,000 square feet after the word buildings, and that is on line 40. And then finally, the page 3 of 4 addresses what Ms. Drummond had proposed and adds a section for an exception, whereby they do not have to get certified, as they would otherwise be required, nor would the city, for that matter, have to get certified if they meet the conditions in exception procedure, and we go to the Building Board of Examiners and Appeals for such an exception. Okay. We believe, Madam Chair, that the exceptions would be very much the exceptions. We spoke to the school district. They don't think they're going to run into it much. When we talk to the administration, they don't think they'll run into it much. But this is the safety valve that they talked about, and I think it's wise for both the city and the school district to have that available if necessary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Drummond, to the amendment. You are in. Okay, you're not in?
Actually, I'm comfortable with this, and I urge approval.
Okay. Mr. Mayor.
I was just going to say thank you, Mr. Coffey, and I know our staff worked on this together to figure this out in the school district. Thank you for helping us craft the language. So I just want to say I think this is a good method to get to the end, and also we added in the one other amendment, and it was the issue around the 5,000 square feet, which is also in this amendment.
Is there any further comment on the amendment? Is there any objection to the amendment? Hearing no objection, the amendment passes, and we're back to the main motion. Is there any further comment on the main motion as amended? Hearing no comment, are there any objections to the main motion? That motion passes. Thank you. I believe that gets us to the end of our agenda. I would like to, are there any audience participation? Anyone in the audience that wanted to come down and speak? Yes.
Of item AO 2008-88.
What item is that?
Second.
You're going to lose it.
That's the purchase of the 6 lots in Mountain View.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Let me make sure I'm following you. Is that, just so I know what page, 13F?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Object.
I second. Who said you second? I'm sorry. And I didn't mean to second. So the motion has been moved and seconded. So I believe that brings us to a
vote.
Is that an item for discussion? We need the item number.
Right here, Madam Clerk. What's the item number? Item 13F. It's AO 2008-88.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
If the reconsideration fails, or whatever action, we're going to reintroduce this. When there's a full body for the courtesy that should be adhered to by this body on a regular basis. 5 members short or 4 members short, we're going to resubmit. So we appreciate the parliamentary procedure, but we'll be resubmitting. Just to put that on the record for everyone.
Thank you. Is there any discussion?
You have to vote.
Just the motion.
Pardon?
Chair, I'm going to vote against the motion. I respect my colleagues' desire to reconsider, and I'm happy to do so at our next meeting, and that's what I'll be making the motion to do tomorrow, presuming this motion fails.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
You know, as I say, there's a parliamentary procedure that could be just whipped on by any of the last folks that were not prevailing. That's a motion to reconsider spread over the minutes, and it stops everything in motion.
So, excuse me, how does that relate specifically to what's on the table right now?
Stop everything.
So who would, I guess I'm a little confused
People
about.
prevailed on the last issue.
Right? The people who prevailed on the last issue.
The main motion.
And they can, could you explain that again, please?
I can explain that, Madam Chair. I will move to spread the motion across the minutes, which requires us to have the results of the vote, of the previous vote, placed on the minutes, which can't take place until tomorrow, and therefore this motion is moved.
Is there a second to that?
You don't need a second. All that has to be done is...
Okay, I just want to clarify that we have a motion and a second on the floor. I'm not the I need some advice specifically in terms of Robert's Rules of Order. Well, what I want to find out is, does the motion that the mayor recommended and Mr. Flynn brought forward supersede the fact that there's a motion on the floor? Can somebody clarify that for me?
Madam Chair, I think your clerk is looking quickly, but the motion is made, but the vote does not occur until another day.
No.
Yes.
Page
Page 123 of your parliamentary procedure book.
I'm not an expert here, so what I'm going to do is ask the clerk to clarify exactly where we are in regards.
This is one of the more arcane parts of Roberts, so I need a few minutes to look at it.
And if I could speak, Madam Chair.
Yes.
The rules of this body, as far as I know, have always been to accord any member who wants to make a motion for immediate reconsideration the privilege of a vote. I've never seen the opportunity refused to have that be considered. And I've certainly been on the losing side many times.
I am not doubting that experience, but what I'm hearing is that there may be some arcane aspect of Robert Rules of Orders which may not be compatible with that. And so all I want is to be very clear, based on the clerk's interpretation or reading of the Roberts Rules of Orders in terms of what we have before us.
Madam Chair, again, if you don't want to go through that process, don't have to. Yeah, I'm going to reintroduce.
That's fine, but let's...
And make clear, Ms. Osiander, that...
Excuse me, just a moment. I would like to just... I'd like to suspend discussion and hear from the clerk.
Yeah, but if I can add while she's looking, Ms.
No,
Osiander,
I would like to, I'd like to hear from the clerk. Have you identified the answer to this?
Reconsider and have entered on the minutes. The motion to reconsider, as explained above, provides means for correcting, at least on the day on which they occur, errors due to hasty action by using the same motion having entered on the minutes so that it cannot be called up until another day. A means is provided to prevent a temporary majority from taking action that the majority of the society opposes.
And this has been used before.
Yeah, this is needed in large societies. It says here to accomplish this form of the motion, however, reconsider and have entered on the minutes must be allowed to apply to a vote finally dispensing of a main motion, regardless of the fact that the motion to reconsider has already been made.
So is it your understanding then that the mayor's description of what we can do here is correct, that in fact that
I think that last sentence
Mr. Flynn's motion supersedes the original motion to reconsider? Is that correct? Is that what you're telling us?
That's what I believe that last sentence means.
Okay,
we're going to reintroduce anyway, but
I want to just take this. I've got the mayor, and then Mr. Mayor.
All I was going to say is, Ms. Osiander, this has been used before, because there's been times when I was on that body and members who had thin bodies like this tonight, they tried to do parliamentary procedure to really not be fair to all sides. So I'm just saying to you, you may not have had it happen during your time here. I know we have used it to protect the minority in the case of a night when they are no longer the majority, to be very frank. The way it was read, and again in the parliamentary procedure, when you spread on the minutes, it stops all action. The motion cannot be voted on until another day. It gives the moment of everyone to breathe deep and not do things by haste. That's exact verbiage. But I would, again, if Mr. Flynn, you withdraw it, it doesn't matter. We're bringing it back because a full body should deal with these issues, not a 6, and then using the majority of the 6 to rule.
I'll happily withdraw my motion. We can vote on Ms. Osiander's motion and see what happens.
All right, so it's my understanding, Mr. Birch, do you still want to speak?
There's 7 no votes on this, and so unless someone was disingenuously voting no when they really didn't mean to vote no, we should be, a reconsideration should be fine. So I would just urge a vote on the reconsideration matter and urge a no vote.
Okay. So in light of the fact that Mr. Flynn has withdrawn his motion, we are back to Ms. Osiander's motion to reconsider, seconded by Mr. Birch. Is there any discussion on this item? Hearing no discussion, I think we'll just go ahead and we'll vote on this on the board. Can we do that based on where we are? Okay. So.
Ms. Osiander? That failed.
Failed. Right. That's right.
Okay. All right. So we've maneuvered through that. I believe we're at the. Well, I would just like. I would like to just add. One, is there any audience participation? Thank you, Mr. Whitaker.
Thank you, Ted Whitaker. There's 2 things I'd like to talk about that you might, as Assembly members, choose to work on in your tenure. One is the coordination of the traffic signals. It will save energy, and it will also have a greater degree of pedestrian safety. There are 19 people died on the streets of Anchorage last year. I think it's because people drive too fast. I don't know about South Anchorage or Muldoon, but I can tell you in Midtown, the posted speed limit is going to get you to a red light. There's no point in going that fast to get to a red light. If the signals were coordinated, people could drive slower, get a green light, and save energy. The second thing I'd like to talk about, Mr. Abbott wrote a column here not too long ago about homeless people, and he said that in order to afford a one-bedroom apartment in Anchorage, you had to make $14.44 an hour, I think it was. And so here's something else for you to work on. A living wage ordinance. If it costs $14.44 an hour to afford a one-bedroom apartment in Anchorage, then maybe the minimum wage in Anchorage ought to be $14.44 an hour. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whitaker.
Move to adjourn?
I would like to make a comment before we adjourn. One, I want to thank this patient assembly for your kind help this evening. It was my first meeting where I chaired, and I'm sure I wouldn't have gotten through it without all the help I got, so thank you. And the second thing I wanted to do is I just wanted to remember with you on record tonight my son, who died 3 years ago, and today's his birthday. And so I've dedicated this meeting to him. Thank you. Yes. Is there, Mr. Birch, did you have a comment?
I just wanted to recognize, thank Mr. Lipscomb for spending the evening with us tonight. So, my neighbor. Thank you.
Thank you, and Mr. Coffey.
I wanted to thank the chair for a job well done.
Thank you very much.
It's not easy.
It's a learning
plan. Watching this gaggle of your colleagues here do it, and well done, Madam Chair, and thank you.
Well, it's a learning plan, and we're all very kind. Thank you. Ms. Jackson.
I know that we all want to go home, but this is the first time since I've been on the Assembly that we even got to audience participation. So, I'm sorry, Assembly comments. So I want to take the next hour and talk a little bit. Buckle your seatbelts. No, I want to thank Dr. Selkirk for chairing this meeting this evening and getting us to the agenda. This is the first time since I've been on the assembly that we finished the agenda. Thank you very much for a job well done.
Thank you.
Now may I?
Yes, Ms. Ocean. Thank you, Ms. Ocean.